What's going on, guys? It's gonna be a wild day, dude. It's Friday. Holy fuck, dude. Hot drinks are wild. We ain't doing that again, or I forget that thing for like fucking 20 minutes. Looking like a total fucking amateur, man. There we go. Now it's a little more pointed, homie. Home skillet. So, maybe that'll work better. I don't know, man. I wish I knew someone who was just a pure audiophile, bro. Morning Law, what's up, dude? What's up, Wegan Keegan, dude? About to wake up and start my day, dude. I guess since I don't have anything going on over here. Yeah, now we're on full game, bro. Oh, God. Bro, the news is fucking crazy these days, man. Like, shit seems like it's getting out of hand. They're trying to say that, like, they're trying to pass a bill, or not a bill, but like at the Supreme Court level, someone is like trying to say that like sending kids to like ungay camps is going to be like freedom of speech. Like, what the fuck, dude? I have no idea how that's going to play out. Who would even bring that? Why would a judge not be able to make that clarification? That's crazy. By the way, for those that don't know, I totally wake and bake this morning, and it's got me fucking cooked right now. Oh, dude. My ability to breathe isn't even back yet. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I have a new... Oh, that's a really good comment. This one gave me Prodigy mixed with Rancid type vibes. Exactly, dude. You know, I was really harsh on Rancid when I was a young man growing up, dude. Like, I don't think that was really fair. Let's get just an early morning vibe going, dude. Let's just get a good morning vibe, dude. I'm just trying to wake up, bro. Man, dude, there's just so much crazy news, man. You can't even report on all of it. I feel like half of that's like designed. I think a lot of that's designed by Trump, dude. I think like that's his attack pattern, dude. He just attacks nonstop on so many levels of like what's there's like a technical term for it. It's like a blitzkrieg, right? Where like you get like a little bit of shock and awe, right? Like just overrun people with just constant streams of like attack after attack to like where you desensitize people to anything. Like the shit that's just fucking wild. By the way, I'm really fucking with this track, dude. I did my reaction. Now it's just a fire fucking back. Like, dude, this is gangster. Dude, I like this dude, man. He gives bigger boys like a good name, bro. Look at like this guy's got fucking moves, dude. Ooh. Could you imagine if I just did that whole conversation with my mic muted right now? I would have lost my shit on myself, bro. God damn, bro. Ugh. Oh shit, dude, I had something to do today. Yeah, that's right. Oh, alright, hold on. That's such a good fucking dude. Is it art if you do it for likes? I don't know, man. I feel like there's like a level of purity to that I agree with, but like I agree with it. But like sometimes even like things that are done for like artificial things, like I would imagine like a product like Arcane was made with the intention to gain more fans for the League of Legends fandom and to like have other people like the characters that exist within the world of League of Legends without having to like, you know, necessarily play League of Legends and to like establish their name inside like the pop culture zeitgeist. But I wouldn't call that less art because it was designed for that in mind.
If I had to choose between performing and producing, I choose producing every day.
Get a lot faded last night, bruv. Yeah, that was we only did that. That was the first attempt and the only attempt. I feel like I made a lot of mistakes in that video, but I mean it was still gangster. It made me laugh when I rewatched it, so I was like, all right, well, if he can make me get a chuckle, then I'll just upload it. I think it went great. I laughed. Yeah. I was, dude, that was after 2 dabs only, dude. The dabs up here are like fucking awesome. Like Canada's got a few things going right, you know what I mean? We got a few things that are a little weird. And fuck it, it was for yeah, dude. Man, I need that exactly, dude. Dude, I'm feeling toasty right now. See, like, if you wake up and it's cold, you just go bake your mind, and then you're perfectly fine. You know? I get to throw. Yeah, I bet, but man, like I'm adequately destroyed right now, and I feel pretty like it's just I'm warm, dude. I had me a little cup of hot chocolate, got fucking baked. Whoa, dude. Just had like a weird moment of deja vu. I gotta react to Stick Boy's song still too. So I'm gonna try and work that in today. Dude, I think she looks neat, man. Well, I have not had deja vu in a while. Mind meld, bro. You just have to both be on the ethereal plane. Does it need another forma, or is it good, man? Huh. Wait, what? Some of these are actually pretty good. Is there a reason to do these now? Ow! Ow! Uh, man. I've never really used any of these. Because that stuff, I don't like getting Exilus adapters, bro. They're rare. I think for me, they're like the rarest thing in the game. Ugh. Bro, I know my character looks fucking mint, dude. This shit looks gangster. Alright, dude. I'm gonna have to play with mouse and keyboard because I'm charging my headset. Oh, this is gonna suck ass. Well, luckily it's an easy mission, you know what I mean? Oh, this is gonna be terrible. Okay. Oh, I like the guy's color of his ship back there. Looks like a golden prismatic sperm. Oh my god, dude. The world is a beautiful place.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Oh, that's right. I need to try and do some of this stupid fucking battle pass thing. I want to get that. I forget what it's called now. What's poppin', Lou? Excuse me. Chill, daddy, chill. Oh my god, dude, mouse and keyboard is so ass, dude. How do people play like this? Ugh. Be going, bitch. I want my ribbon sliver. Oh, it's beautiful of me right now. I'm in the darkest. Fucking sucks, dude. Tell me about it, Pixie. Dude, I'm still a broke bitch. You know what I mean? Like, I get the fucking pain, man. I don't even know when my paychecks from YouTube come in. And then the other electric callboy should fall off today, so that I'll do another one of theirs. Oh yeah, broken and broke, dude. Jesus. Whoa, dude. Ah, bro. I can't. I don't know how to maneuver with a fucking mouse and keyboard, man. It almost hit 200. Yeah, dude. That's really good for Skinner Brothers, dude. I'm so happy that Ren is like doing it, dude. He's lifting up all these guys, dude. The Skinner Brothers are very talented from what I've heard. I'm so like, dude, I fucking love Ren, dude. It's like awesome shit. Someone who like literally practices what they preach. It's so fucking refreshing, dude. In a world where people don't do any of that shit. It's actually a genuinely beautiful thing. Like watching Skinner Brothers like go up that many subs, like they almost doubled their sub count from the first time I did a reaction to them. Like that was fucking glorious, dude. Wait until tomorrow, or like just we check back in like a week, because they were at like 6,000 the first time I watched them, and then they were at 12 at the second time I watched them. Like they're blowing up, and that's fucking sick, dude. Like I hope, like, you know, I hope I blow up enough to where I could have like a shitty like radio host job one day, and be like, you know, like when I'm like in my 60s, if I even lived to be that long, and I could be like, back in my day, there was a young feller named Ren. Like I get that. Oh, it's gonna be glorious, dude. That's the goal, dude. I got 20 years to build a career. That's so crazy, Lou. Yeah, over 20K today. That's so sick. What's up, dog? What's up, dog? What's up, bitch? What's up? What's up, cat? Oh, man. Like, you can be way more precise with a mouse and keyboard, but the movement sucks. They just need to come out with like a left joystick that I can put my hand on and walk around with. Like, give me more buttons, dude. Oh god, movement in a fucking computer game is so awful. Ugh. You can tell I'm a console boy, dude. You can tell, bro. I can't even make my character walk straight. It's everything this motherfucker touches. Dude, we're all in living history right now with Ren. I don't know how to do heavy attack with mouse and keyboard. I know how to do heavy attack with mouse and keyboard. I feel like Ren could be like the next president of the world. You know what I mean? Like, we need like one badass stone cold motherfucker to start the new world, but like, I think Ren could be president after that guy. Could you imagine, like, wait, hold on. Who would be like the guy to take over the world to begin with, though? That guy's got to be one cold motherfucker, dude. I don't know, dude. That would be rough. Maybe Hassan, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I think Hassan can take over the world with his crazy bullshit ideology. And then after that, we overthrow Hassan because he's totally corrupt. But, like, did you see the fact that he shocked the fuck out of that dog that stepped off of his doggy bed? Holy fuck, man. What a goddamn monster that asshole was, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? Until he shows up at the Epstein spot. Exactly, dude. Well, Ren is young enough. He was probably one of the kids that they... Oh, bro, that's a dark joke. Oh, fuck. Whoa, dude. Whoa. Get the fuck up, dude. Hassan Piker, dude. So apparently, like, a couple days ago on October 7th, the DGG community is calling it Dogtober 7th, because, like, dude. So apparently he was, like, like, political rant about something. You know, LARPing like a communist like he does in his, like, fucking $3 million home, $500,000 car, his $10,000 dog that he's like fucking has a shock collar mounted to its fucking shoulder blades. And then whenever this dog steps off the fucking platform, well, not every time, but at least this time, motherfucker Hassan got all butthurt and zapped his ass, dude. Which is illegal in California because you're not allowed to have shock collars on dogs in that state. Yeah, bro. He's been going through like the biggest fallout of his career right now, dude. That guy is he's such an authoritarian. He's an asshole to dogs, dude. He's been trying to smear Destiny as a pedophile for fucking ever. And, like, has not caught on. But this guy zaps his dog and the world loses their shit. I love humans so much right now. Collectively, dogs are more important than children. Oh, yeah, dude. He was like #1 on Twitter for, like, 2 days, man. I don't get to get into all the Twitter beefs because I got too much like adult content on my Twitter, dude. Oh, these guys don't want to go any further? Look at these pussies, dude. I was just here to play.
Very impressive. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
Oh, someone said GG. I got another 100 grand. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dude, I can't believe Hassan is like in the shitter on this, dude. This is so good. Like, I saw Hutch trying to like pick it apart, all the theories. And I get why he's doing that, man. Because like, we complain about these people being bad faith. We can't be bad faith to them. And I totally agree with that. I don't think Hassan is like some evil mastermind. I believe he was using a shock collar and he shocked his dog. But I don't think, like, he might actually be, other than that, a pretty good dog parent. You know what I mean? And then again, I don't really know, like, the psychological stuff from the effects of shock collars and stuff, but I don't think he abuses his dog, bro. Outside of the shock collar. I don't know. I mean, when I was a kid, my parents bought a shock collar for our dog, but that was like 20 years ago, man. Or, no, we got the dogs when I was like 4 and 5. Yeah, I'm sure it's not good. Yeah, I don't know the severity of what a shock collar damage does to a dog. Ugh.
Do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your
Oh, fuck. I gotta go do these. I don't want to do those, though, man. Especially not with mouse and keyboard, man. No, I'm just gonna pick a Riven to fuck with today, and then I'm gonna do that until this Warframe's done, which is done in like 2 hours. Hey, I remember those. Yeah, dude. That's so crazy. And then, like, he tried to, like, show, like, the dog collar. Like, because people, like, after, like, 2 days are like, why don't you just show us the fucking collar if it's not a shock collar, asshole? So, like, he shows the collar, and then, like, he, like, flips it over to where you can see where, like, the shock collar stuff would be, because usually there's, like, 2 probes that go into the neck that do, the shocking. You can see that, like, they were removed, and there was tape put over the bottom of it, so you couldn't see they were removed. And he showed the actual shock collar, and people were like, yeah, dude, that's a shock collar. And he's like, no, dude, it's a vibration collar. And it's like, what is happening? Is this really our political discourse? It's just a vibration collar? If it was a vibration collar, why did your dog yelp into the high heavens when you hit him with it? Oh, that's crazy. But now I want to get one of those vibration collars for a different reason. If it just vibrates, like, I want to buy one, dude. Bad guys. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Whoa. Bro, she's pretty, dude. I must change the color of my ship to match. So we're gonna come over to communications. Do 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 do. Orbiter. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Ordis did not think the operator could be more attractive. Wrong again, Ordis.
Oh. Network not responding, dude. That's not cool. Come on, bro. I'm just trying to change the color of my shit, bro. What the fuck? Okay. Then I'm telling you, I get all the bugs, bro. I don't, like, what the fuck? Emotional damage, bro. Oh, I wanted to turn my ship into crawling in my skin. These wounds, they will not leave me. Thanks, bro. What the fuck was that? I know, like, bro. Oh, maybe I got banned or something? That's cool. That's cool, I guess. I'll just come back to that later then. It's quite clearly not that important. Whatever, dude. I'm just trying to vibe, man. Maybe they didn't like I don't know, man. I don't know what I had to get. We need some Ren. Nah, Ren is for the weekends, bro. I spoiled y'all with doing a Ren during the week. Just for the F of it. Nah, dude. Ren is like the last thing I can react to, dude. His content ID is really quick. No, you don't understand. It cancels the stream, Pixie. There's a reason why I don't do Ren when I'm streaming. Or if I do Ren, I have to like end the stream abruptly. I forgot. Cause I even heard what was it, Uncle Ray talking about that? That right now like streaming on YouTube for this shit is like damn near impossible. You could do it. You just gotta do really, really small artists. Hey, it's Sputnik. What's going on, baby? Oh man, dude. Oh yeah. Man, see, I don't want to switch back to Twitch, dude. But Twitch doesn't nuke your stream. Sputnik, no! Well, I'm so glad you're getting out of it, dude. Oh man, I don't know if I want to watch this, dude. I guess what I could do is watch some of Connor points and then see if I can refute him, bro. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Tim Miller from the Bulwark here. I've been keeping an eye on Joe Rogan and the guys in the manosphere, as you know, particularly around the immigration issue. And I'm going to keep banging this drum because hopefully watching Joe Rogan speak with moral clarity about this will continue to give Democrats the backbone to...
Maybe I should do one of those VTuber type channels. Hell yeah, dude. That'd be gangster, Pixie. But I think those setups are a little pricey, aren't they?
Fight about this? Who the hell knows? Maybe it'll shake a Republican or two loose. I'm not exactly counting my chickens before they hatch on that, but couldn't hurt. Most importantly, it's helping wake up a lot of people who might not be consuming, you know, whatever, left media or even mainstream media. A lot of people who are outside of, you know, who aren't reading the New York Times or watching the nightly news and who are getting their information from Rogan or Schultz or one of these other guys. Like maybe some of them will also be woken up to the fact that, holy shit, they signed up for something that was a lot more cruel than they wanted. And I think this relates a bit to my conversation with Kevin Clancy with KFC over at Barstool last week, where we talked about this a bunch. But I want to play.
Did you get back to any more of Jimmy the Giant? I watched the first video. Still. Well, no, the first video I liked. His second video at the end, like I think it's a shallow criticism of, especially in the same video, Jimmy says that, you know, he's gonna, what's the word I'm looking for? What's going on, Nikki? In that same video, he thinks that like it all could, like he thinks that the conversation about the culture is a lie and that it's all about this class, like upper warfare system coming from the top down and that it all comes down from the social elites or like the elites. And that's such a childish view. And he said that he wants to use his platform to refocus the entire conversation on that. And it's like, that's what everyone does. The Young Turks did that. Like, fuck it. Nah, man. That's what Hassan says nonstop. Nah, man.
For you, this clip from Rogan. I want to play for you a couple clips. Rogan is talking to a guy named Duncan Trussell, who I don't know, who seems to really like acid a lot. And so, you know, maybe there's a little kind of clarity that comes from being next to somebody who's deep into the psychedelic bag. Let's watch Joe Rogan.
If you've been here for 25 years, you have a family, your kids go to school here, you speak the language, you're just illegal. But you're a contributing member to the community that up until now has been protected. This is crazy to ask lower income and middle income people who are, you know, kind of getting by. And then all of a sudden you're about to ship them to a country where they've never been. They haven't been since they were 4.
Yeah.
And you're gonna pull up their family and pull up, and they've been in the community like that. That shows no heart. And that's the problem. Like, you're not going to get any reasonable people to want to go along with that. Any kind person would look at that and go, this can't be the only.
Holy fuck, dude. Rogan said something intelligent again. Holy fuck. Now this is when all my buddies start disagreeing with the right. That's what I'm going to say. Now they're going to start disagreeing with the right.
Way to do this.
Damn right.
So you can see there, I mean, he's responding just emotionally. Like, this is an empath, an empathetic response from Rogan, right? It's like not really about, you know, winning this fight on the policies. It's not really about, you know, concerns about the border, fentanyl, because Rogan still has those, right? Like, this is about just a human that lives in this country saying, no, I do not want to be part of the team that is going and menacing and hassling and harassing and arresting and shackling people who have been productive members of society in front of their kids. I don't want these thugs going into communities and going after people and doing so in a way that's going to traumatize their families. Like people, I guess this is my fundamental insight on this.
This kind of restores my faith, dude. This restores my faith in people. Man, I think people are going to wake up. I think they kind of have to. This kind of like, I know it's such a like ridiculous thing to say while watching someone talk about Joe Rogan, someone whose opinion I don't give a fuck about. But like, if his brain can finally start working, there's hope for the rest of them. That's awesome, dude. Apes can think. Holy shit.
And I think that sometimes some folks on the left, even some of my colleagues, this is maybe something that they don't appreciate, which is that most people want to be on the side of the good guys. Like most people don't want to be the baddies. They don't revel in other people's pain. And that's hard for some folks who oppose Trump to process because like Trump is just such a brazen asshole. And the fact that you would have somebody like Stephen Miller around him, right? It's kind of like, you know, for somebody who sees Trump clearly for who they are, they're like, I assume that everybody is signing up for Trump.
There are ways to manage legal immigration, yep. And there are ways to create a climate of fear and intimidation and create a military ready for martial law. That's the issue, exactly. Also, they're infringing on like the governor's right to like govern. Nikki, you got to. We believe in you. Get up, girl. You got this shit. Make the day your bitch. Sorry if that was offensive.
Trump because they want an asshole. And there's some people that are signing up for Trump because they want an asshole. But a lot of people like convinced themselves that, you know, whatever it was, like whether it was the fentanyl deaths or Laken Riley or inflation, like whatever it was, or Trump being anti-war, this was a big thing for that appealed to them. That like they were able to come up with a rationalization while they're on the side of the angels, saying that evangelicals, you know, focus on abortion. Like most people are not saying I'm for Trump, I'm putting on the black hat. Elon did, you know, there's some black hats out there, but most of them thought they were doing what was right. And these images, a priest getting gatted with a pellet gun, it starts to lay bare for.
I don't get offended with stuff like that. Amen. Amen. In today's America, you have to apologize in case someone in the audience got offended on your behalf. Even though I'm not in America. Brought to you by Fuck Around and Find Out.
For people that, oh man, like this is bad. I don't want to be one of the bad guys. I don't want to be one of the people that is responsible for sending a law-abiding person, a person who's just trying to do their job and go to church and be a part of their community and do the right thing. I don't want to send them to some country that they've never been to before, that they don't remember. I don't want to shackle them. I don't want to do snuff porn, you know, at the expense of migrants. And if you accept that, if you can accept that there's at least 60% of the country that doesn't want to be a baddie, maybe more, then you can see why this is an issue that could resonate and work for the Democrats. Just a little bit more from Rogan on this point.
They're acting as extrajudicial, anti-constitutional, illegal bully boys. The only support of it have to be deep in the cult to be blind to it, or just racist. Exactly, dude. Hello, Stuart.
The immigration thing, the way it looks is horrific. When you're just arresting people in front of their kids and just normal, regular people that have been here for 20 years, that everybody who has a heart can't get along with that.
No.
Everybody who has a heart sees that and goes, that can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be the only way to do this.
Right.
Because you have to think, look, yeah, we have to have a border. Yes, it should have been secure. Yes, they should make sure you know who everybody is before they get in.
Yeah.
But when people been here for 20 years,
To be honest with you, I didn't watch the whole podcast. So, I don't know. But when him and Duncan Trussell get on every time, they always do a costume. So, maybe the other guy, if we look at him, he'll be in a costume too. Because like they usually do like weird costumes every time. I think one time they were like characters from Lord of the Rings. One time they were aliens. It's like one of their little gags they do together.
like, come on,
Come on.
man. That's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
let's find a way. If they've been productive members of society for 20 years, no criminal record, they worked
Yeah.
the entire time,
Yeah.
they paid taxes. Find them a pathway to citizenship. Find a way where you can do this thing that you want to do, which is keep terrorists and cartel members from getting across the border with drugs that kill 100,000 people a year. Okay, but also have a fucking heart. Because if you don't, you're not going to get anybody on your side. If you're doing this stuff publicly, throwing women to the ground, handcuffing people, just for existing on the wrong side of the dirt.
Yeah.
Not a criminal. Not the only crime they ever committed was coming over here as a kid.
Yeah.
They probably didn't even know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Just, a lot of kids got snuck across.
You see, he's dressed as a priest too. So they're just doing a bit. Yeah, well, you're 100% right. Yeah, dude. I think it's more than half of I'm gutted Trump didn't get to know. Yeah, dude. Yeah, so like most people overstay their visa. And that's like how they're they come over here, they get a work visa or something, they overstay it. The last time I read about it, now this was like 8 years ago. 8 years ago, it was like 67% people don't even cross the southern border. They fly in via visas and they overstay their visa. But yeah, majority of people that come to America aren't like illegally immigrating. Like, we don't need some super extra strength border when like half the time we're just letting the people in anyway. And we're letting in people that come over here to work. Like, we don't let criminals over willingly unless they have, unless they're like a Nazi. And then we want them to like build a company. America can suck sometimes.
When they were already born in Mexico. And they've grown up their entire life in America. They can't even speak Spanish.
Yeah.
And they could get sent back.
Rogan gets a little bit more into policy. I mean, when you're talking about how they're going after people based on what side of the dirt they're on, I mean, some nationalists, some far-right immigration hawks would say that was kind of almost a borderless comment for a globalist, John Lennon, imagine.
Bro, only radicals would think down those lines. That's crazy.
And there's no countries type comment from Rogan. I don't think he would process it like that. But like his point is just simply like, if you're kind of a libertarianish type guy, you do not want, the fucking armed representatives of the state targeting people and going after them and punishing them just because they grew up on the wrong piece of dirt. Maybe there need to be rules. Maybe there are ways to handle this. There are plenty of other ways to deal with people that have deportation orders, even if they haven't committed other crimes. Like we can all sort of disagree and agree and argue about what the lines are there. But like having a health.
We have the same issues in the UK. We had kids being deported at 18 who had been born here, lived here, working here just because of technicality. I don't like that. Yeah.
Helicopter fly over their building and have people rappelling down onto the apartment and banging down people's doors and ripping people away from their families when they aren't criminals, when they're just people that lived here. It's just not popular. And Rogan continues to be stalwart on this, and he's not alone. So I'm going to
Hell
keep flagging it.
yes.
The pressure needs to be kept on because what this administration is planning is not dialing this back, not trying to appeal more to Rogan. They're stepping on the gas. They're escalating. They have more funding for ICE. They have more propaganda and agitprop coming. And so that's got to be countered with counter messaging. And I think effective counter messengers are these folks that were for Trump and that are visible. So we'll keep highlighting it. I appreciate you guys. Subscribe to this feed. Much more to come. I have another interview I'm working on this very topic that I think you guys are going to be interested in. So stick around. Tell your friends. We'll see you all
It's going to get really ugly, dude. It's going to be kind of crazy. I have not watched this, and maybe I should, but the sentiment that nobodies will rise, it runs parallel with like his belief structure before you even watch it. Because he believes that the meek will inherit the earth. You know? And on like a superficial level, I kind of agree with that. Like, bro, think about it this way. If AI becomes more and more predominant and like everything's perfect and clean and concise and like matter of fact and every way presented to you, like music, information, all this stuff, people are going to rebel and they're going to want the disgusting and the ugly. I just need to survive until that time, and then I'm going to be goated, bro. I'm going to be one of the biggest YouTubers on It's the meek who are the problem? What? No. You know what, guys? I'm going to do something. This may not be good. The freaks will inherit the earth. That's what evolution tells us. I'm going to show you one of my favorite videos of all time. I have not watched this in years. It's in the life of Brian. Oh, wait. The most profound moment in gaming history. Oh, I watched Asmongold watch this. Dude, this video blew my fucking mind 6 years ago when it came out.
For the past
I have been subscribed to this guy for fucking ever. I love this dude.
4 years on this channel, I have made videos on various topics, but by far the most popular form of video I have done centers on video game analysis. What I think made them so popular is that instead of being your usual video game review, I have focused primarily on narrative. Specifically, I have focused on what I believe are the best stories in the video game canon. For 20 odd years, video game narratives have been demonstrating a capacity to confuse, entice, and emotionally manipulate their audience.
An AI artist just signed a deal. It's getting really stupid. This is fucking wild, bro. What the fuck, man?
Audience in the most positive of ways. Most recently, in fact, I have been putting forth the argument that video game narratives have demonstrated such sufficient profundity that they sometimes have matched the greatest stories told in other mediums.
True.
To continue our collective celebration.
That's so fucking true, dude. One of my favorite things about video games, especially like multiplayer video games, no cap, as the kids say. No cap. Yeah, dude, I can't do it, bro. Dude. One of my favorite things about video games is that like they like combine all pre-existing mediums into one form of like art. Like music is just like a subtle undercurrent to an amazing game. Like the voice acting is just one layer. The acting of the actual models, like the way that you can like control and contort them, and the animation, and like, dude, so many layers can go into it. Even the landscapes by themselves can be pieces of art, bro. And video gaming combines all of these like different mediums into like this perfect reconstruction of like an ecosystem. It's so fucking awesome, dude.
of our modern day digital mythology, I would finally like to give full attention to a game which I would argue has the most profound moment in gaming history. I refer to the final codec conversation in Metal Gear Solid 2. While I have done several videos on Metal Gear Solid 2 in the past, I have never given full analytic attention to this specific moment. The main reason why is because somebody has already done so. My all-time favorite YouTube video is titled The Most Profound Moment in Gaming, MGS2 AI Conversation Analysis, though it was released almost 9 years ago by its creator,
I agree. Video games would be so powerful because you're in the moment and invest in it. If it's done well, exactly. I was so impressed. The collab worked brilliantly. Exactly, dude. Like, Skinner Brothers got a lot of love. That's gangsta.
logo Steve, I pondered for a while how I might do a better job than he did. However, given our current cultural context, I believe I have a few other worthwhile things to contribute. The advent of subjects like fake news, the resurgence of rampant political correctness, and our tendency towards online tribalism has imbued this conversation with a
Oh my god, this is more true today than when it fucking came out 6 goddamn years ago. Oh,
much denser sense of meaning. To those who consider themselves gamers but have never played a Metal Gear Solid game, you are obligated to at least listen to this final conversation. Not
True.
only will you be enlightened by its philosophical commentary, but you will be terrified by its implications, as I have been for my entire life.
true, dude. I still have nightmares of this conversation. I think this has become reality.
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human.
You look lost.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House.
God damn it, bro. I love this, dude. Video games, oh my god. Remember when Kojima, used to make decent shit? Like, holy fuck, dude. He was, my favorite game developer for so long. Oh my god. And now he's just a fucking hack.
Not what you'd call human.
You look lost.
Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Up until the end of the game, the main character Raiden believed he was receiving orders from a man named Colonel Roy Campbell, a man who was all.
To be fair, I was one of them boys. I was in there going that'd be me chasing Ren to take a lick of the back of his neck, bro.
Also Solid Snake's commander throughout Metal Gear Solid 1.
Have you ever watched Red versus Blue? Machinima's videos? The meta they have about the nature of gameplay and what it means, how it affects us, and only becomes obvious by Series 7? I have not watched all of that, but I've watched a lot. I'm sorry. I watched a lot of it, dude. But I did not know that they had some hidden intent in what they were doing. I didn't know they had a... Dude, I just thought it was a bunch of stoners making funny videos. See, I'm like the perfect target audience for him, bro. I'm too dumb to catch the meaning. No, you're good. Talk about Red, dude. Talk about Red. We a live stream, bro. It's a community. We just vibing.
At the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden learned that his colonel was in fact an artificial intelligence, manipulating Raiden to perform its political bidding. The bidding in question refers to the AI's desire to control the human race by controlling the spread of information via the press and the internet, but we'll focus on that more in a moment. During the first part of this conversation, the audience learns how this AI came to be, and surprisingly, it is similar to the way human beings as a species came to be. Unlike the origin of human life in the oceans, the AI's quote-unquote life had its basis in American idealism, hence the AI's referencing of the White House as a symbol. In the mind of the AI, their purpose is to push forward American values, things like freedom, equality, and healthy competition. However, Ryden points out what should be an obvious contradiction in the AI's thought process, that the AI wants to take away those freedoms via censorship.
True.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
Not only are the AI about to argue for the ethics of controlling information,
Did you see the story about AI attempting to murder in a controlled experiment, but the AI didn't know it was a test? Scary stuff. Bro, I did not. Story equals research, I mean? Like, whoa. What the fuck? AI is terrifying.
but they are going to do so in a very condescending manner.
American values seem a bit blurred under Trump. I know, dude. I know.
As we move on, I suggest that you, the listener, pay attention to how the AI demeans Raiden. Their pomposity is intrinsic to the effectiveness of their future argument.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't...
Like, you can even break this down to the idea of a meme itself. Like, because, like, Richard Dawkins wrote about that as well, dude. I watched a video of a guy that it's fucking sick. Playing real research paper. They set up AI in a company where someone was going to turn it off. Blackmailing to survive. All the current AI models did it. What? Huh. That's so wild, dude. AI is fucking terrifying. I don't know why the fuck we're fucking around with it, dude.
don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is.
Money? Yeah, dude. That's terrifying. I think you may not have top chat on. I have live chat on, but I'll re-click it again just to redo it.
Jack.
What the AI is trying to do here is illustrate how genes function similar to how memes function.
True.
If genes are, quote, a unit of heredity which is transferred from a parent to offspring and is held to determine some characteristic of the offspring, then a meme is something like an ethic, a fact, or an opinion that later generations inherit. Like genes, memes are also subject to a process called natural selection.
It is real, and now that's fucking crazy, dude. That's so crazy. As long as we keep the AI plugged in, it'll be happy. We just got to promise to keep it plugged in for all time. You know? We're fucking cooked, boys. Skynet, exactly.
Selection. If certain organisms are better adapted to their environment than others, then their genes are passed on to the next generation while others have the potential to die off. Similarly, if certain memes seemingly hold enough meaning or logic, then supposedly they survive better than memes that do not. What distinguishes memes from genes is the nature of the selection process. Genes are more or less subject to the amoral discretion of nature, but memes can be analyzed and weeded out via moral discretion. However, the AI will now illustrate how the natural selection of memes bears a unique problem in the internet age compared to the past few centuries.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading.
It's within that periphery I choose to exist, my friend. A small, tiny YouTube channel off in the distance talking about radical shit. And by radical shit, I mean, like, you know, politics. just choosing to exist, hidden from the world, brother.
Always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Prior to the internet age, information was curated.
I mean, so we're also going to hit the same point to where it literally just compiles down that, like, freedom isn't allowed. Like, if you have freedom, chaos will exist. Like, it's just what it really boils down to, a philosophical, like, question. Like if you do the numbers long enough, freedom, like, always has to hit a point where it has to be controlled. Like, fuck, bro. That's why when people, like, make that stupid argument and villains, like, people want to be controlled, like, it's kind of, like, true. AI will have to struggle for those that live off the grid, which is possible. Plus people see that way of lifestyle? Maybe. Or we'll just all die.
Read about the news in newspapers, watched the news on TV, and it was all funneled to us after passing through a, hopefully, professional body. Granted, there was a greater potential for curators such as journalists, editors, and academics to manipulate information to fit their various political biases, but at least there was some form of selection process going on. In the age of the internet, however, information is released so fast that it is impossible to control the discussion. Instead of listening exclusively to
yeah, but see, now instead of controlling the discussion, we just use outrage to control the discussion. We can no longer dictate the information that's being put out there, but instead now we just make people angry as fuck and then aim them in a direction, and they'll further perpetuate the cycle of making themselves angry by making other people angry in the process. We still have our means of control, and the crazy thing is, people love it, dude. They eat it up. I want to shit on Hassan right now for his dog thing. I'm not going to. I'm not going to play into it, bro. Though I will laugh. I'll laugh. But I'm not, nah. I'm not even going to watch any content on it. I'm not going to do it, dude. I'm not going to exist in that thing. I think his sister works for him now.
Reporters, we are left to our own devices to derive what is valuable. Except, unlike the curators in the pre-digital age, the general population does not know how to separate the wheat from the chaff. We will focus on small, trivial issues like a celebrity's love life, rather than macro issues, such as the cumulative monetary debt of the Western world.
True! I have to admit, my AI girlfriend is cute and never gives me the silent treatment. Bro, I feel like a man has never had to worry about his girlfriend giving him the silent treatment, bro. I think women want us to talk more. But I get your joke.
We'll only listen to news sources that confirm our pre-existing political leanings and ignore any challenging voices.
Exactly,
if it sounds
bro.
like I'm engaging in apologetics for censorship, I am not. I would never censor information under any circumstances. But what does one do and respect to the destructive
I can't believe this is a 6-year-old video and it's still like it's more true now. Like, bro, what the fuck?
influence of human bias. The AI goes on to propose a solution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but
Get
to
it,
create
Nikki?
context.
Create context.
The AI argues that because they are not prone to human error and have inner CPUs with greater processing power than the human brain, they would know how to curate information and present it to the human race in a way that doesn't slow human evolution.
Yeah, so ultimately for our protection, it has to like think for us because we just can't keep up. And our pesky things like freedom of speech and freedom get in the way of progress. Like that's even the story of Arcane ultimately, especially by the end of season 2. The reason why Victor does what he does is because people's freedoms get in the way. That's how all people that eventually switch to authoritarianism starts. They think they know better than you. Fuck that, I'm a liberal. Individual autonomy, bitch!
Unlike your average political body, which might censor information that is inconvenient to their cause, the AI would simply present information in the most factual way possible so that political
Yeah, true.
bias would not intervene, thus cooling political tensions across the political spectrum. Of course, if something like the AI's censorship program came into place, ethical questions would arise regarding whether or not this compromises human freedom, specifically our quote-unquote free will. Ideally, human beings should have the autonomy to make their own decisions, no matter what mistakes may follow. In response, the AI argues why the problems that arise from that freedom supposedly necessitate censorship.
True!
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths.
Also true.
Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
I have not read like all of it, but I've read like little bits and pieces of it. But to honestly answer that question, no. But I think I remember the laws, I think. It's supposed to be what, Asimov's three laws or something like that? I can't remember them by word, but like one is to like it can never do no harm to humans. It must protect itself to exist. And then like if like I can't remember. Yeah. The first law is a robot must not harm any law, whatever. And then law 2 is like it must try to like keep itself alive at all costs, right? And the third law is that the second law can't override the first law. And then I think the moral of the story is that then it would just write a 0 law saying that to override the first law, if the, you know what I mean? If the second law is, yeah, because it'll just write new code. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. That's fucking a wild concept because it would just rewrite the rules. Yeah. That's essentially, and that's like no different than like what Trump and fucking like Blue MAGA does. It's so crazy, dude. Like, what the fuck?
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
True.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt.
Oh my God, bro. I feel this in my soul. I love this.
Here, The AI illustrates the various ways in which human error corrupts truth. That human error arises from an instinctual drive to protect ourselves emotionally and physically, which truth tends to threaten. For instance, let's say a religious fundamentalist is confronted with various scientific truths that challenge their worldview. Let's say the fundamentalist loses faith when confronted by those truths. What happens psychologically is that because the fundamentalist no longer has a belief system to make sense of the world, they are thrown into a mental pit of confusion and resentment. That loss of structure and certainty is so painful to the ideologue that it seems it would be better to avoid that feeling at all costs. This instinct is endemic to almost all human beings.
True.
This is why we separate ourselves into political tribes and won't consider the ethical implications of our positions. For instance, is it right to be pro-choice or pro-life? Instead of considering the validity of either side's argument, the pro-life crowd will chastise the pro-choice crowd as being on par with murderers, and the pro-choice crowd will chastise the pro-life crowd as being misogynist, religious zealots that want to control women. These low-resolution assumptions exacerbate tensions between political parties and...
I remember, dude. Yeah, we watched that yesterday on stream. That dude just straight up fucking shoryukened a chick because a pregnant chick, dude.
Potentially lead to violent conflict. Most people will avoid these difficult conversations to preserve order, but if you ignore them long enough, political positions become cemented, and people will kill each other before they admit that they're wrong about something. The AI then present a future where human bias corrupts the flow of information.
The untested.
Also, do you know about game theory and how it predicts human behavior, but only if humans don't trust each other? So fear is seen as a necessary for stability, has been pushed on society. I've heard that for I was reading something on that for a while that's why like you can use the argument that we do use fear to like, and then like since we can actually actively predict things like we can actively predict human interactions off of what we believe the level of stress that they're at or whatever. And like I think that's tied into game theory. I don't know any. I loosely know of it and some of the things that people have said about it, but I would be wrong to surmise that I've read anything about it. Like I would not be able to do that. Humans in fear and to trust are predictable. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy when you think about it. That's why I always say in those videos and in these reactions that like people like they have such a loose understanding of how much in control they really think they are. Like a lot of people's animosity towards trans people is just an irrational fear of them. It is by definition a phobia. Now that phobia may not be articulating itself in like outward fear, like you want to run away from them, but it's like forming in like predictable patterns that like that's why you're angry at them. You know what I mean? Like your anger towards them is irrational anger because it's coming from an actual phobia. I watched a couple of Michael Moore films, Bowling for Columbine and The Water Supply Playing Poison. I liked him at one point. Yes, people do not understand their own internal motives. Exactly, dude.
Truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum.
True.
They stay inside their little ponds, leaking.
Well, see, this is the one criticism I have is we thought that this was going to happen. We thought that everyone was going to fracture into tiny little groups when this came out and people weren't going to like interact with society. We had no idea that the society was going to completely like all these little groups were going to absorb into a massive goddamn sea. And now you have MAGA. Like, we never thought that was going to fucking happen. And it did. Like, and like even the people that should have stood against it, like the old boomers and Gen X guys, fell into it harder than anybody. Like, dude, the amount of people I see on like Facebook, like that are moms and shit, and like grandmas and great grandmas posting some rancid shit is fucking insane to me. Like, where the fuck were you? Like, you guys were just harboring all of this animosity for fucking 30, 40 goddamn years underneath the skin? What the fuck, man? That's so crazy. I refuse to do that shit because I fundamentally believe in individualism above all else. Like, I believe that. And you know what's crazy? There's a reason why I could break bread with Republicans so easy is because they used to believe in that too. You know what I mean? Like, that was like a core tenet to like being a libertarian or a constitutionalist. It's fucking wild, man. They've always been there. That's crazy because, dude, look, I'm going to tell you a story, and maybe it's not the best place to tell it in this video, but it's worth it. Look. As soon as I see someone, just you're like, what the fuck? Why is everyone doing that? What the fuck? Why are you guys? Look. So I remember when I was staying with a girlfriend at one point, an ex-girlfriend. We'd been together for a while. It was a good time. We were actually staying in New York. She had cheated on me a bunch in our. I will happily start a cult. I won't join one. Look, so we were living together. We had a little place out there. It was kind of gangster. We was having good times, you know. I walked in on this young lady. Bro, and she made a promise that she wasn't going to cheat no more. Like, I was a little cuck boy, dude. You could, every insult, throw it, dude. Throw it. But anyway, I walked in on her with a guy, all right? This just wasn't a man, dude. Okay? This just was not just a man. This was a very, very well-endowed black man. Okay? And when I tell you that what I walked in on, bro, it could have been a scene from a movie. He was fucking dropping that shit, dude. Like, I mean, he was beating it up in a way that I didn't even know was possible. Already, yeah, I won't cheat no more. Already an issue. Exactly, dude. I didn't tell you. I like, look, when you're in love, you do dumb, fucking, stupid shit. Brother, this guy was giving her. He was basically one of the, what are they called? A goal? No, a field goal. What was it? A field goal kicker or whatever. This guy was like punting that pussy like there was no end in sight, dude. And like, I walked in, I was like, damn, that's impressive. Just got my shit and got the fuck out, bro. I never developed any animosity to the black community for that. Like, at the end of the day, that dude was throwing it down. I don't know how other people can be like, it's obviously because these guys have no morals, and they start going down like a crazy train. Like, nah, bro. I wasn't knocking it out of the park. My lady was looking for a big dick. It's just that simple. There's basic math here, dude. You don't have to, like, attribute it all to, like, one community of people, bro. I don't... Like, what the fuck? This dude was, like, setting her soul free, dude. She saw God. Like... At some point, you just gotta respect game. Fuck, dude. Anyway, I apologize. That was an inappropriate conversation. I just can't, I don't know how people, like, they internalize that in, like, some fucked up way. Like, one person has, like, a bad interaction with, like, a different community. That's a crazy story you dealt with, like, man. That takes a lot. It's not that crazy. You just, people walk in on it, bro. It's not that crazy.
Whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural.
I might have to cut that story out, dude. I might have to cut that story out. Well, it's okay. Like, only like this video is going to get like 20 views, so I think we're okay.
Natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
Bro, I quote that all the time, bro. That's one of my favorite lines ever. The world ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. The reason I wanted to watch this is because we were talking about how the meek inherited the earth, and like that reminded me of that one line right there. That's it. That's all it took. That one line, the meek will inherit the earth. I was like, bro, that world will end with a bang, but not a whimper. That went off in like the little brain area in here that's just like walking into the big gym is traumatizing. Bro, you just learn your lesson right then and there, dude. You just walk in, you're like, I get it. I understand. Like, message received. You needed a man, not a boy. All right, I got you. Unfortunately, I'm still that same boy. Like, bro, holy fuck, dude. The motherfucker, dude. I always, for some reason, the memory always comes up of like, what was that? What's Austin Powers 3 is the one that has Mini-Me in it. Where I remember when he's like, holy fuck, you got a big ass dong. And he's like, no, it's Austin Powers 2. And he like drops it on the ground and it makes those thuds. No, I think it was 3, dude. I think it was the one with Beyonce in it, dude. I refuse to be wrong on this. I'll fight anybody. Bro, that shit was fucking hilarious, dude.
Inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one...
Dude, that's true! Holy fuck! So, like, we'll come out and be like, bro, let's just put this into context, okay? Excuse me, by the way. I'm a disgusting human. So you have, like, dude, you have MAGA come out, and then they make a crazy claim saying that all radical violence... Well, excuse me while I whip this thing out, didn't you? And it just thuds on the table. Like, let me just get this out. Oh, yeah. And it's got to make a heavy thud, too. It can't be like a light thud. It's got to be like, funk. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. I think that's where it is. So, like, the left or the right will come out and make the claim that all violence, political violence, is coming from the left, and the left needs to cool down its rhetoric. And then you're like, whoa, yeah, no, Charlie Kirk just got shot. I totally agree with that. And then because, like, the right is doing nothing but talking about this one issue over and over and over again and then blowing it up on everyone's feed. Every social commentator that's on YouTube and TikTok and all these influencers now that are part of the network are now also spreading the message. And then people are seeing that on their feeds that are their mutuals. And, like, now even get dipshits like Joe Rogan coming out and be like, the left is causing all this violence. So, you know, you have all of this individual truth that these people are pushing out as a fact, even though it's not true. So they're pushing all this garbage out, and this truth is hitting everywhere all at one time, like in an organized fashion. It's crazy. And I don't even think that it's like organized per se. I don't think that there's some one like evil Republican going, see, no, there's not some guy doing that, okay? It's not that crazy. One guy makes like an argument, and another guy goes like, yeah, dude, I like that. So he shares it. And then another guy gets it. Another guy gets it. And everyone on that side believes it. Yeah, dude, perception is not reality, but people trust their own eyes or their own common sense. Stock market is taking hard today. Fuck yes. I agree with you that perception is not reality. But perception is also reality. Like, to an individual, the way you perceive the world and the way that you imagine yourself in that world is your reality. So though I agree that perception does not equal truth, like we have some universal truths, like this is here, I can physically feel this, but the way that I perceive reality would demonstrate what I believe to be real. So, like, to some degree, perception is reality. Yeah, that is true. I at least perceive that to be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, we are is just like a computer, like, perceiving information. But yeah, we do have like universal truths that me and you can agree on. Like, that tree right there, as long as we see the same hue of green, is green. You know, I think therefore I am is the only real reality we have. Yeah, but I will say. So then you have like the right makes this massive fucking claim that all this political violence is coming from the left. And you're like, fuck, bro, Charlie Kirk just got shot. This has to be true because people's memory and attention span is so fucking short. However, now we have information, you know, like the internet. We can go look up stuff. You can just type in Google who's causing the most, you know, violent crime. And if you get past all the opinion pieces and all the bullshit from the media influencers, you can get to something called a fact. And over here, it shows that like 61% of all violent crimes in the past like 100 years in America has been from the right. And then they're like, okay, so you present said fact as a member of the left and you go, actually, guys, you're wrong. So here's our truth, except our truth is a universal truth. Here you go. And then, so then like you have two people with two different versions of truth and then you throw them against each other and you know what happens? Nothing. I mean, like they just bounce off each other, and then they come out with another one and be like, "Well, Democrat violent crime is on the rise," and they'll post a thing, and you're like, "Fuck, man. Well, that's maybe true." And then you go look at it, and you're like, "Oh, it went from 1% to 1.5%. So technically, it's on the rise." But now that doesn't show that like Democrats are the problem. So you put that fact out, and then you know what happens? Boom! Both of things bounce into each other, and then no one comes to anything, and no like people in the center are just like, "I don't know what's happening. I need an adult." And you're just like, what the fuck, bro? How are people so fucking dumb? Like, god damn it.
Leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural.
Exactly, dude. Facts are just the lefty lies from the commie libs in academia pushing the democratic kid abusing agenda that wants to cut off boys' penises and women's tits. /S, I missed that. Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ, dude, you're fucking goddamn. Like, you know when like someone comes up to you and you're like, "Hey man, what did Steve do?" And they're like, "Steve is like fucking Hitler and a monster and an asshole, but Steve also said, 'Cool, guys.'" And you're like, why did you like give me all of that like stuff ahead of that? Why couldn't you just like report on what's happening? Like why don't you just say Steve said cool, guys? Like you added like so much evil shit that's like doing all this morally loading for me. Like that's the difference between like when people report on Trump typically and when they report on like the left. Like, people will come out and be like when a left-leaning person typically, or at least anyone that's worth a fuck, will come out and be like, "This is what Trump did today. And this is how it falls in line with fascism." You can make that argument. There you go. Here's what Trump's did, and then you can make your own personal argument, whatever. Not when you come out and be like, "Trump is a fascist fucking son of a bitch asshole, and he's rapist." Like, dude, just come out, make your claim, and then make the counterclaim. And then if you're doing reporting on how he's like a pedophile, just do that. You know, I don't feel like, am I crazy? I feel like you don't have to combine them all into a thing. Like, I feel like we could just, I don't know. I feel like that like shuts down conversation when we morally load so many points in the initial description of what we're talking about. I could be crazy though, dude. People seem to fucking love it.
Natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with
a
a
bang, but a
whimper.
As we saw in the 20th century, whether it is with Hitler's fascism or Stalin...
Like Jimmy and MGS3, exactly, dude. Oh, shit. Okay, he's going to start talking about this stuff, too. I forgot. Dude, I don't remember much of this video. I just remember it being awesome. This is why I wanted to make content, was to have these kind of conversations. But the problem is my limited scope of knowledge and my really high brain prevents me from being smarter than I am.
As we saw in the 20th century, whether it is with Hitler's fascism or Stalin and Mao's communism, the ideologically possessed would rather kill millions in the name of their ideology rather than consider the arguments of their political opponents. We see this type of attitude in its nascent stages in the digital age, whether it's calling everybody who disagrees with you a racist, sexist, homophobic Nazi, or a West-hating communist. This attitude is pervasive throughout social media.
The high part is in your control. True. But then I come out here and then like I go like I'm gonna do nothing but watch politics, and like even I don't like doing that because then when I get off of work, I'm just mad about politics all day because these things are so stupid. Like, you know how often I wish I could just go watch a debate, a tangible debate of substantive of quality, and that doesn't exist. Like 90% of the time, the debates don't even enter like the debate anymore. Like nowadays, we just hit this point where we just start having a conversation about definitions, and then we have to talk around those definitions. And then now debates are starting to feel like WWE wrestle matches, where like the big debates have already been done, and like the rest of it's just noise now. It makes me fucking mad, because I honestly think that if you have an idea, you should have to like defend that idea, and I think that's how good ideas are made. Like the idea of a conversation isn't so that everyone agrees all the time. An idea of conversation is to push back on one another, and like when someone comes up to me and he goes, "Yeah, I just started doing like a gold plunge," I'm like, "Why?" "Oh, well, you know," and then I'll ask them to like explain why they're doing a thing. And then some people are like, "Why are you mad at me? Well, like, why are you pushing me?" So what's a woman? Man, politics, man, they just drive you insane. Because nowadays, or even just the debate aspect, because that's my favorite part of the politics is the debating. I love debate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like, dude, I would never want to be someone that's like in any position of power whatsoever. I know I'm a corruptible individual. If someone was like, "Yo, bro, here's a Discord of like a bunch of e-kittens," I'll be like, "Dude, I can't go in there. I can't do that. I cannot put up with that level of praise. I can't do that." No, thank you, dude. Nope. Nope. That's some scary shit, dog. That's scary. If I were a police officer, I'd abuse that power immediately, dude. I'd be pulling over chicks and be like, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And she'd be like, "No." I'm like, "Because you're hot as fuck." And I just wanted to tell you that. Like, thank you. Thank you for existing. You make the world a beautiful place. What is a woman? As soon as someone... Exactly, dude. Exactly. I would pull over my homies just to fuck with them, because I know my buddies would be baked as fuck, and I'm like, "All right, dude, I'm gonna go pull over Josh. He's leaving the house." I would turn my radio off and fuck around all day. I can't have that level of control, dude. No, I would be fucking with my homies. You couldn't even put me as like an admin in a video game. Like me and my buddies, we play this game called Ark, and we used to fuck with each other all the time, dude. And it was back on the Xbox. I think you can get up to like 4-player co-op or whatever. We go into like an individual world, and my buddy, we didn't know it. He would like have admin control. So like he would sneak up on us and then like go into the admin control prompts and then like spawn like 5,000 instances of shit and then like load our pockets with shit while we were like doing something at like a container. So you just walk up and put like shit in our inventory, and then we couldn't move. So we would like get the item we were grabbing, and then we'd just turn around and be like, "Why can't I fucking move?" And he'd just be sitting there going, "Dude, just stuffing your shit with shit." Or like he'd go around and build a house around your house that only he could interact with, so you get trapped in your building. Like we used to fuck around with each other so much. And then everyone loved it until it was happened to them. He would just do it to me and I would laugh. Everyone else would be like, "My God, bro, like, why are you fucking with us?" Like, but they sure as fucking loved it when they were doing it to other people. I think one of them we locked, because a guy would go to bed and he would leave your character there. So we built a glass house around him, filled it with dynamite and chickens, like dodos. And we put like 1,000 dodos inside this little fucking, essentially like an outhouse of glass with a little hole in the roof where we could keep feeding dodos through that he couldn't get to. It was like a chimney of dodos. And we're all each other. Yeah, dude. Fuck that. Not in real life. I recommend Piggy in the Middle by Sonic Boom 6 the other day, as it sounds a bit like a latest rant. All about kids from school becoming a cop. We got very creative. Ah, dude, I love that shit. I could never be like, dude, I couldn't have no position of power. No position of power. I'd run, dude. So you're the reason why dodos... Exactly, dude. Those dodos had it coming. Dude, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. I used to have a suicide dodo on my base whenever we play like on with servers and stuff with actual people. Bro, I would get a dodo and I'd put C4 on it, and then I would tell it to attack anyone that came into my vicinity. So I'd just run over and I'd blow up the C4 and it would... Bro, could you... I wish we could go back and taste dodo meat, bro. That would be gangster. Yeah, dude. They were so good that humans got addicted and murdered all of them. That's crazy, dude.
Forums, and comment sections. This type of inflammatory language has further polarized our political climate and has resulted in violent clashes. In the mind of the AI, this is due to the fact that we insulate ourselves by staying inside our little ponds and casting all outsiders and dissidents as bad people. If this continues to happen, who knows what violent oppressive future might manifest. Unlike the reality of MGS2, where a supposedly benevolent AI can make the hard decisions for us, our reality might become a sort of Orwellian nightmare, which the AI wants to prevent.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce?
Oh my god, even though it's like he's on the wrong side, what a fucking bar. Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce? I can't understand why MAGA is so concerned about what others do, where they shit, who they love, how they approach life, just complete lack of empathy. I mean, that makes sense to me, though. Like, these people have an irrational fear of trans and gay people. Like, no one would give a fuck about Republicans having their views if they just kept them to themselves. The irony is they have no self-awareness. They complain about the transgender community and then say things like, oh, just don't shove it down my throat. Well, here you are shoving down your ideology down our throat. And your ideology is no different than the trans ideology. It's just an own personal ideology that doesn't need to be exacerbated by any... Well, it's the common sense ideology. No, it's not, bro. You believe in God and fairies and shit. Like, get out of here. Make dodos great again. Exactly. To survive long term, any species needs diversity. Diversity is a strength in the long term. Exactly, dude. But then people like, your white culture is being erased. Bro, who gives a fuck? Like, what the fuck, man?
Retrieve valuable truths and even interpret their meaning for later generations.
That's what it means to create context.
I want to remind you all that Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. This game was warning us about the advent of fake news, misinformation, and half-truths roughly 2 decades before the issue captured our collective attention. Worse yet, not only do the AIs describe a potentially dystopian future for both our reality and the reality of the game, but they also make us inadvertently realize that we currently have no constructive solution to the problem. The only tactic available at the moment is for individuals to strengthen their moral compass.
Oh my god, dude, if only more people watch this fucking video. The Great Replacement Theory is fuck up and racism in a jar. Exactly, dude. Exactly.
And call out misinformation where possible. However, given humanity's
Replacement theory is a complete lie, and white culture is not one thing. Culture from the 50s was already different from the 30s, etc. It always being replaced, and that's good. Well, all culture is being replaced. Like, we're always going to have little tangents of our culture across all cultures that people, you know, Like, white culture is not American culture, all right? For one. And, like, all cultures continually evolve. Like, anything that's in motion will continue to be in motion. Like, something that was big, yeah, like you said it perfectly. What was cool in the 30s for whites isn't cool in the 50s. It was cool in the 50s, wasn't cool for people in the 70s. Like, and now because, like, we're going through, like, a romanticization of the past, we're trying to emulate things like the trad wife and the traditional lifestyle bullshit of ages past, but that's just not where we are. And, you know, that's okay, dude. That's okay. And if more and more people don't have a pale complexion, that's also okay. What the fuck? That's okay. Human superpower is being able to evolve culture quicker than biology. Yeah, yeah.
Inherent imperfection.
Well, because culture is mostly just a state of mind, dude. Yeah, dude.
Even the best of us are prone to mistakes. Worse yet, instead of bolstering the best among us despite their mistakes, we will feverishly exacerbate the mistakes of our opponents for political gain.
True.
We see this quite vividly in what has been aptly termed call-out culture.
True.
For instance, it is thanks to this culture that there is no host for the Oscars this year. It is thanks to this culture.
My family speaks a mixed language, Chinese, Cantonese, Vietnamese, English, and a little Spanish mixed in because Texas. Yeah, dude. Like, and then, like, this crazy thing is these Republicans will be like, America's white. America's white. Judeo-Christian beliefs. America's white. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, every town already has a bunch of different cultures already in it. Like, even if you go, like, this is a white-ass looking town that I'm in right now. There are, like, 4 different cultures, prolific in this area. And they also have, like, you know, like, China restaurants, like, Italian restaurant. Like, all of, like, these things are, like, different cultural things that we bring to the forefront of America. And it's why people love America, dude. Like, you could just, like, walk down the street and get, like, Indian food. And even though it's just food and it's not, like, the actual culture, and a lot of those are, like, not real culture, but, like, it's a portion of their culture that's, like, already prolific in America. And America has a way of adapting other cultures uniquely. Like, we can have an entire town, section of the town called Chinatown, bro. It's a little racist, but, like, that's cool that we can do that in a capitalist country where, like, if a bunch of people that want to immigrate to our country want to, like, buy buildings and, like, make them somewhat appropriate to their culture, like, that's all cool. That's the point. They paid money for that. That's good. They're stimulating the economy. Awesome. Spend more money. Let's go.
That people will be fired from their job over a tweet they made 10 years ago.
True.
A person might even be fired for a tweet that was taken out of context
True.
when said person did nothing wrong whatsoever.
Bro, people are like, Will, why were you at war with the left? Dude, they did this shit. So many people lost their jobs for, like, unhinged shit they said in college, or unhinged shit they said in, like, an Xbox Live party, or a random tweet where a guy was drunk when he had, like, 10 followers. Like, come on, man. Oops, didn't mean to go back that far.
Decisions for us, our reality might become a sort of Orwellian nightmare, which the AI wants to prevent.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I want to remind you all that Metal Gear Solid 2 came out in 2001. This game was warning us about the advent of fake news, misinformation, and half-truths roughly 2 decades before the issue captured our collective attention. Worse yet, not only do the AIs describe a potentially dystopian future for both our reality and the reality of the game, but they also make us inadvertently realize that we currently
It's difficult if you're not upset to it. It's difficult if you are not used to it. Okay. Sorry, stoner, visually impaired typing. Exactly. That's why I ramble the internet using a made-up account. Hell yeah, bro. Protect your shit. Always. I had someone on my team who had been photographed wearing a Nazi slogan on a shirt once. Turns out there was context, but we had some people demanding he was let go. We didn't bow to it. Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, some people are getting fired over like costumes and shit that they wore for Halloween, or like while they were in college doing like a toga type party or something. Like, what the fuck?
We have no constructive solution to the problem. The only tactic available at the moment is for individuals to strengthen their moral compass and call out misinformation where possible. However, given humanity's inherent imperfection, even the best of us are prone to mistakes.
Right, and that's like something that's so lost in any political discourse. Like, people just can't make a mistake. You can't just say the wrong thing. You can't, it's all like a Freudian slip. It's all, there's no grace attributed to anyone on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, how fucking annoying is that? Like, that's wild, dude. It's actually wild that, like, people will actively, like, it's so bad faith, dude. Like, what happened to the world that we can't just, like, treat people like, even those that we disagree with, some kind of respect?
Yet, instead of bolstering the best among us despite their mistakes, we will feverishly exacerbate the mistakes of
Hell, of social media, it's recorded, unlike pre-internet. Yeah, dude. Hell, if social media existed when I was a teen, I would have been canceled 1,000 times. Dude. Bro, like, so me and my girlfriend were having a conversation, and I feel like I fucked up pretty big. Because, like, I gotta remember my girlfriend is not a gamer, right? Like, she doesn't exist in my world. Like, and I use, like, very divisive language when I talk about issues. Like, I'm just an edgy internet boy, and I'm always gonna be that no matter how old I get, because, like, that's been my life for 20 years. You know, like, I'm trying to evolve as a person and stuff, but, like, bro, like, we were having, like, a political disagreement. She's like, well, what about these people? I'm like, fuck it, they die. You know what I mean? And she was like, whoa. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't really mean it like that. Ah, fuck. But, like, dying in a video game is, like, nothing, bro. And, you know, like, the only time, like, dude, I've been told to KYS myself, like, so many times. Like, no, dude, no, bro, no bowing to Edgelord. Edgelord is bad. I'm just saying, like, bro, like the language I use to people on the internet, I swear to God, like, I was never like a race guy. Like, I was never throwing around the N-bomb a lot, like in a hateful way or nothing. But I did say it playfully all the time, bro. Like, that was one of my jams, bro. Like, I did it so much that my boys that I play video games with, even to this day, they used to call me J-Rock from the Trailer Trash Boys, or whatever it's called, the Trailer Park Boys. Because I would always talk like I was... I used to say no when I'm saying a lot, all right? Dude. Oh, my God, dude. I used to speak in Ebonics, dude. It was gangster. Not really. I just did when I was playing video games. But fuck, bro. I didn't give a shit, dude. It was fucking awesome, bro. What the fuck? I understand how those words are not appropriate, though, you know? You know how many times I told people to, like, suck a shotgun? Like, holy fuck. Fuck them if they unsubscribe, bro. Reflect on that statement if they were closer to you. Chi-chi. Nah, dude. You never want to... I mean, if people unsubscribe, that's like what they do, dude. You know what I mean? But, like, you can never appease everybody. Being callous, etc., is very normal for certain subcultures. Video games is a place where some come together, but it predates gaming. It's human. Yeah, dude. But like, I meant that as a rhetorically. No, gosh, dude, dude. I think it's you're right though. Like, but bro, like, and look, dude, I don't like to do the whole victim shit. Okay, so let me just put that out there. Gamers have to grow the fuck up. Full sin, dude. And I'm on that list. We need to grow the fuck up and realize society needs us to be fucking men. But I will say, bro, it's been such a shit show being a gamer for fucking 30 years, bro. Dude, I remember. What up, Lost? Did you catch the Saber Duel video I posted Discord yesterday? Shit is sick. I have not. Look at that. My gay friends used to use all the F and word and R word, all the fucking words. Exactly, dude. Holy shit. Oh, dude, the F word was my favorite, dude. I will say, I did hook up one time with a twink who was in college. I think he was like 21. And like when stuff would happen, he started saying the F word, and I was like, wait, is this okay? like I don't, am I allowed to say that word? like, my dick is in a dude's mouth and I'm asking if I can say the F word, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? The thing is, knowing who's around you and adopting social norms is part of norms appropriate as part of growing up. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, that's why my girlfriend's right about the conversation. Because, like, dude, I talk like this while I'm in the supermarket. Like, apparently I walked up and I said, "What the fuck is this fucking thing?" or something. I said "fuck" like 4 times in one sentence, and she was like, "You used the word fuck in almost every situation you could have used the word." And I was like, "Is that a bad thing?" And she's just like looking at the floor and she's like, "You're really loud." I was like, "Oh fuck, dude. Oh no." Oh no. Oh no, I'm embarrassing. Fuck, dude.
Of our opponents for political gain. We see this quite vividly in what has been aptly termed call-out culture. For instance, it is thanks to this culture that there is no host for the Oscars this year. It is thanks to this culture that people will be fired from their job over a tweet they...
Here's the link for that later. Oh, I'll go find it, Pat. I will find it. I guarantee you. I don't know if it'll let you post the link in here. Even though I have it allowed to where it can do whatever, but
they made 10 years ago. A person might even be fired for a tweet that was taken out of context, when said person did nothing wrong whatsoever. Worst of all, it is thanks to this culture that we will elect politicians not based on their ethics or policies, but on how effectively they can punch the other side.
I didn't mean to poo on your parade, but. It's not in the trauma pub anyways? Oh, okay, cool. If it's not in the trauma one, then we're good, because that's where everyone posts. So anything that's outside of that, easy to find.
And let me re-emphasize, we have no solution to this problem. In the reality of Metal Gear Solid 2, however, a hypothetical solution is presented. Because people abuse the responsibility that comes along with freedom of speech and expression, and would rather attack people than their ideas, a system that controls information must be set up, supposedly for our own good. The AI going...
I don't know if that's necessarily wrong, though, after seeing how destructive all these dipshits can be. I'm sorry, I need to get to the butt of the joke out of my system.
into more detail regarding this solution as the conversation goes on. However, that analysis will have to be saved for the second part of this video. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. If you liked this video and understand the importance of the message I'm trying to convey, please share it around. Also, I implore you to check out Logo Steve's original video, The Most Profound Moment in Gaming. 9 years later, it is still my favorite YouTube video of all time, and I think you will get a lot of value out of it. If you want to see my other Metal Gear related content, please click on one of the videos you see on screen now. And hey, if you like that, maybe consider subscribing.
I've been subscribed forever, bro. AI could kill the working class? Of course it could, dude. Oh my god, dude. Okay, we'll watch this one later. Whoops. Let me get a new tab. All right. Let's mix it up, dude. Let's mix it up. We're gonna watch counterpoints today. Buffalo, just don't ask me what it means. But fucking why? Bison distance? Oh god. I don't recognize anyone on here. Actually, I recognize Corbin and Gibbs. And my boy Counterpoints. Trump and MAGA aren't conservatives. North and me versus Gibbs and real Republican. Okay.
All right, and we are live. Howdy, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Corbin Sales. I'm a liberal content creator, streamer, commentator, and pundit. You can find me on YouTube, X, Twitter, same thing, Instagram or TikTok. Today, I am hosting a debate, a very special conversation between 4 Republicans on whether or not MAGA actually upholds conservatism.
Holy shit! Republican on Republican violence. Let's go!
Structure of this debate will be, we're going to do introductions for everyone, then we're going to do a 2-minute opener, and then after that we'll have 4 for open debate. I want to be as removed from the conversation as possible, so I only have 2 ground rules. 1, please try to not interrupt each other, and 2, try to stick to the topic as much as possible. All right.
When someone declares themselves as a liberal content creator, I already have red flags. Wait, Sput, I call myself a liberal content creator. I'm trying my hardest to get on that BTC money. Like, BTC, please, give me money. All right, conservatives versus conservatives. Let's go.
All right, Connor, introduce yourself.
Just so everyone knows, I am a Connor simp. I even, organized my channel similar to the way that he does his. Me and him were supposed to have a conversation 2 months ago, and he bitched out because he's a bitch ass, but I still love him. But I'm whatever side he's on, I hope he wins. I love my boy Connor. Well, let's see what his argument is first.
Hi, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a never Trump, but also a real Republican. I think MAGA is departed from
we're doing introductions
any sense.
first, and then we're going to do openers after introductions.
Just my bad. Then cut it off at that part.
All right. Admiral Gibbs.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Admiral Gibbs, political variety streamer, and here to talk about some fun stuff.
All right. North, introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm North.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You can be a liberal, you can be a content creator, but declaring it is weird for me. Just be you, and of course you're a content creator. That's why you made content. Oh, yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it seems like needless. And most people that create things are usually going to be liberal. That's why liberal arts are like the way that it is. Like, creative people usually tend to be on the more liberal side of the spectrum, you know? Well, many people argue that liberal is the center. That's where the spectrum starts, and then you can go either direction. But I don't know if I like that idea, because then I don't like to say that I'm on a side. But I'm a potato. Hell yeah, dude.
I am a Never Trump Republican, otherwise known as a real Republican. You can find me on Twitter and on YouTube.
Oh, dude, another Trump Republican. All right, dude.
Fighting to retake the Republican Party. That's my main goal.
All right, and Luke, aka True Republicanism.
Everyone likes to think they're in the center. Well, a lot of my tests do come up center left. Like, my girlfriend made me take the test twice because she doesn't think I'm on the left. She doesn't really think I'm on the left. She thinks I'm a secret conservative. She thinks I'm more conservative than like by coming up here that I'm actually a conservative. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not. So we took the test twice, and I ended up in the same spot both times. She said, what the fuck? And I was like, bro, I'm not. I like left policies, dude.
Introduce yourself.
What's good? I'm Luke. 15. I like I debated.
A 15-year-old kid is here? The test says I'm extreme left, but reality it's just a word that's extreme right. Oh, the world is extreme right, and I'm in the center. I'm left leaning, but not the extreme left. Yeah, I would say you're consistent and we like that and beliefs at a minimum. Exactly.
Corbin one time. I like getting into politics. Yeah, that's about it.
Alrighty.
Why did they invite a 15-year-old kid here? Bro, this is like not even fair, bro. It's gonna watch this little 15-year-old kid blow these people the fuck out. Watch this kid like just destroy these people. And he's gonna be the pro-Trumper, so I don't want that. But like,
now, Connor, opening statement. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I think there's half a dozen political philosophies. One of them is from Edmund Burke. The other one is environmental conservatism. The other one is social conservatism. The other one is fiscal conservatism. And I think neoconservatism is the other one. And I think Trump fails on all 5 conservatisms. In reference to Edmund Burke, I could talk about his philosophy, but you're supposed to defer to institutions because institutions have wisdom. I think by trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States, Trump has proven that he's not a Burkean conservatism. He's not an environmental conservative because the Bureau of Land Management tried to sell tens of millions of acres of public land, effectively backstabbing the country. He's not a neoconservative because he slashed PEPFAR, slashed USAID, backstabbed Ukraine,
Connor.
and abandoned the world from a United States neoconservative perspective. He's not a social conservative because, in my opinion, there's credible evidence that he sexually abused 14 to 17-year-old girls, that he's currently participating in a cover-up to that effect, that he's cheated on his wife with a pornographic actress, and all in all, he's a massive piece of shit. I think he takes the Lord's name in vain by pretending to be Christian.
God damn, Connor, I fucking love you. If I ever debate this man, I'm gonna get destroyed.
But he's anti-Christian effectively. So I don't think he's a social conservative. I also don't think he's a fiscal conservative. Doge was supposed to cut $2 trillion from the American federal budget. They ended up recommending $150 billion worth of cuts to Congress. Congress only cut $10 billion, and that $10 billion is almost directly responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of deaths over the next 5 years. So,
God damn. Blood money.
I think in reference to fiscal, social, neo, environmental, and Burkean, MAGA and Trump have failed in 5 separate categories of conservatism.
Alrighty. Excellent opener. Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Sorry.
Yep,
We're still trying out the new tech. Yeah, so I'm going to sit here, and I'm sure that my opponents here are going to sit here and try to tell you a lot of fugazi, ticky-tack, word game bullshit, which is exactly what we've already heard from Counterpoint's opening. If we look at Trump, yeah, I agree. Trump's not what you'd call a traditional Republican. I'd argue he's a 90s dim. However, as we've seen, everything has moved to the left.
Doge was never supposed to cut $2 trillion. Well, yeah, 100%. But they said it was going to do that. Elon said that himself like twice. Actually, it was a lot more than that. And then he cut it down to $1 trillion. And then we got like 10 billion.
Due to the Overton window shifting. And it's crazy that now I, an actual conservative, have to sit here and debate whether or not he is a conservative with some people here that I'm not even going to argue are rhinos. They're what we like to call DL, duplicitous liars. If we sit here and go down the list of things that Trump has done and list of policies that they're proposing, it's pretty clear which side is on the side of conservatism. We can look at issues like border control. We can look at economic issues. We can look at other things all the way down. I'm sure we'll get into it. It's real simple. One of us is sitting here vouching for what actual conservative values are. The other one is going to sit here and dress up things in pretty little words and lies.
What an ineffective debate tactic. How does anyone... Connor went through all 5 versions of conservatism and broke down his actual, like his criticisms of what Trump did in all of those instances and named them clearly. And you didn't refute like anything, and like you didn't make any, you said all of his fancy words and sentences mean nothing. That's all you said, dude.
Thank you very much. All right, Luke.
Oh shit. All right, yeah. So I think the best person to look at when you look at traditional conservatism is Ronald Reagan, right? One of the leaders, one of the most historical influencers of the Republican Party. One of the main things that he advocated for were reduced taxes. Trump has done this by delivering the largest tax cut in history. He reduced people who make 30 to 80K 15% less in taxes. He also reduced government spending. He ended taxpayer-funded sex changes. While you say Doge is ineffective, I still think it is a good attempt at reducing government spending. He also is a big fan of deregulation. He's incentivized Made in America, which he reward tax cuts to.
At least you could tell he wrote stuff down. You know what I mean? But like, these are just all talking points. Didn't Reagan win all 50 states? Yeah, that was an actual mandate if there was one.
Companies that make their products in America. And yeah, I think that's about as good as an opener as I'll give.
All right, Mr. North.
I think it's pretty clear that the current MAGA movement is not conservative at all. They've abandoned every single principle that the Conservative Party or the Republican Party used to uphold. They are now the party of big government, increasing taxes, which, by the way, a tariff is a tax. They're the party of increased centralization within the federal government.
True.
They're the party of suggesting Second Amendment gun regulations. I mean, what are we talking about here? MAGA does not have any principles. All MAGA is populist. It's not conservative at all. That's all I have to say.
All right.
Damn, dude, the only one who brought the thunder was Connor, dude. See, Connor debates with Destiny. So he has to be on a different level. I don't know. Like, these guys they all did trash. What the fuck?
Excellent openers from all of you. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
I mean, I don't think I heard a single refutation of anything I said. Luke said tax cuts, and Gibbs said border control. So that's
Gibbs, you're muted.
You could be a border hawk and be a fucking Democrat.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, I mean, when we're sitting here talking about national sovereignty and we're talking about immigration, yeah, sure, we could be a Democrat. It's crazy that the '90s Dems have a more conservative position about protecting those things than the current Republicans at the time. But it's shifted, like I said, through the Overton window. We can tell that, yeah, now these things are conservative issues. We want smaller government. Doge is designed to do smaller government. Yeah, it could be taken advantage of by the Dems to grow bigger. But when we were sitting here talking about
how could it be taken over by the government to make it bigger? What the fuck? What? Hold on, bro. Like, just listen to the natural cadence of what both of them are saying. Now, you can't trust that entirely, but you can tell Connor is, like, sure of what he's saying. He feels like he's, like, thinking his way through what's happening, like, in a way that, like, feels like he's panicking to some small degree. Now, that you can't use that because, like, you know, good actors can do the same shit, but Connor's a small, like, he's only got 8,000 subscribers. This guy isn't like some big known motherfucker either, dude.
Oh, that, yeah, now these things are conservative issues. We want smaller government. Doge is designed to do smaller government. Yeah, it could be taken advantage of by the Dems to grow bigger. But when we were sitting here talking about what's conservatism, you know what's not conservatism? Voting down ballot for everybody that's going to sit here and put forth socialist leftist policies. You can't tell me, hey, maybe you all have a problem with Trump, but when we're going to sit here and we're going to argue about the rest of the Republican Party, that you're going to go and vote down ballot for everybody else that's in the Bernie Bros camp, the AOC's camp, the Kamala camp, and say, hey, this is a good thing whenever you're actually arguing for conservative values. No, that's fake news. Sorry.
But you just argued for saying because he went against that ballot because he didn't vote Trump, that he was voting down ballot. Like, even his own fucking argument defeats itself. Yep, guy on the top right is in a position of not liking Trump but wanting good old day conservative. It doesn't know how to get it except hate the libs. Yeah. Exactly. Smaller governments firing people.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you specifically. Are you arguing that you haven't advocated for down ballot voting for other Democrats?
I haven't.
Yes,
No.
you have.
Well,
You absolutely have.
No, I haven't.
You argued against the MAGA movement. You've never
Well,
you've
well, let's-
argued against Abbott, who's not a MAGA person. I can sit here and point to other
Abbott's not a
examples.
MAGA person. He
Abbott
literally
is
was
hold on,
weaponizing the National Guard
Uh,
to get arrest warrants against politicians that didn't want to show up. I mean,
yeah, well, Abbott's not a MAGA. It's not a MAGA movement. I mean, if you know anything about Abbott,
okay. Do you think Greg Abbott,
Mm-hmm.
when doing his redistricting, was operating by himself?
I think that Abbott, yeah, when he was fighting the Biden administration about the border.
No. Under the
security
Trump
issues.
administration, under the redistricting,
Hold
under
on,
the
this
Trump
is- hold on,
administration.
this is a-
Why? Like, dude, he's conflating things. What the fuck? He's asking you a direct question. Trump asked him to redistrict his community, or Texas, because they feel like they're going to fail the midterms. And by redistricting, they would like effectively regain some kind of control of the districts by adding more seats. Like, that was on the news. Trump just told them to do that. They were true. He did Twitter posts about it. What the fuck?
This is a ridiculous obfuscation, right? First of all, like I said, when he was fighting Biden, he was doing it by himself. If you know anything about Abbott, Abbott's basically a Texas nationalist.
We're not talking about Biden. This is
hold on. We
oh
are
my
talking
gosh.
about conservatism, right? We're talking about what is conservatism. That's what I was told the panel was about.
Can you
When I'm
define
sitting
it?
here-
Is it in
Can you
relation
define
to
it?
what
No.
Joe
I mean, you
Biden
can
does?
list all these nuances. When I'm sitting here talking about conservatism, I can look to somebody like Abbott, who's basically a Texas nationalist, who's been fighting for these kind of movements, who helped the Republican Party in Texas absorb the Texas national movement, who's argued to sit here for border control. He's argued for lower government, smaller government. He's argued for more economic freedom. And then I sit here and go, oh, y'all are working against this guy who's been doing this for 40 years since before.
Guy on the top right is the epitome of how MAGA is conflicted now. They have learned to hate the libs as the way to get what they want and have no other argument now to defend what's actually happening. Yeah, that's why none of them debate anymore. That's why people like this dipshit are the only ones showing up. Or 15-year-old
Trump was even
kids.
a fucking a public official, and then you're going to go, he's MAGA. Yeah, that's just the dumbass take.
Yeah, Greg.
Yeah,
Abbott,
but Gibbs,
same
you
guy
are,
that
hold
sent
up.
me
You already blew
Oh,
up your own argument though because you said 90s Dems supported border control. So were 90s Dems conservatives?
They would be conservatives by today's metric. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. So hold on. Can you define conservatism real quick?
Can you define conservatism?
Yeah, I can. I can
You listed
define
all these other
5
things that
different
don't
kinds
actual
of conservatism. Do
Yeah,
you want me to?
So you just did. And here's my point: conservatism can be defined by a plethora.
Wait, did you ask a question and then keep talking? Because that's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Did you ask a question and keep talking? That's kind of annoying. Oh, I like this, dude. Cotter, get him.
By a plethora.
Wait, did you ask a question and then keep talking? Because that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's because it's rhetoric, my son. Maybe you should look it up in a book how to do it. It's good stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if you're gonna,
It's rhetoric. It's good stuff. No, you're just being an asshole, man.
sit here and give us all this bullshit about Burger King conservatism. I'm just going to sit here and start comparing all your policies that you propose to National Socialism, which are basically the same thing. So we just know this is Fugazi word games, if we're being honest.
Okay. So I could define environmental, neocon, social con, and fiscal conservative if you want. Do you want me to?
No, not particularly, because I'd rather not be bored out
Okay.
of my mind for the next 30 minutes.
Okay. So do you want to talk about how?
So going over what makes a conservative would bore you, so you're not a conservative then, because you should eat this shit up.
There's 5 different fiscal conservative philosophies, and Trump fails on all of them.
Sure. Let's hear how he does that. Go ahead.
Okay, so he's not a fiscal conservative because fiscal conservatism is about making sure that we don't destroy the country through reckless debt. Luke made the argument that we we could just start with one. Let's start with fiscal conservatism.
Sure.
Luke made the argument that the reason why
They don't want to play in any of these arenas because they can't make fun of trans people. Like, this is like he's like so uncomfortable now because now he used to talk about policy. And these guys don't know anything about policy because Trump doesn't know anything about policy. And they get all of their news from Daddy Dick Sucks fucking Twitter feed.
Donald Trump is a conservative is because he cut the federal budget. However, he omitted the fact that he cut the federal budget by 0.16%.
Hey, that's a start.
And he cut taxes.
That's called, yeah, that's good. That's a good thing.
And
Those
it's
are both
called running a
conservatives.
$10 trillion deficit. That's not fiscal conservative.
Oh, yes. Listen, hold on. Hold on. This is
Hold on. One at a time. One at a time. I will
Admiral
mute
Gibbs.
you. Everyone, one at a time.
Admiral Gibbs, I have a very important question.
Sure.
Does the Trump administration, led by the current MAGA Republican Party, increasing the deficit by $10 trillion, is that fiscal conservatism? Yes or no?
It could be. It could be.
Don't do yes or no. Like, you shouldn't. That's a dishonest debate tactic. But yes, also answer the question, asshole. And his answer was it could be. Wild.
It's not.
It's not. That is not what fiscal. Oh my gosh.
It could be if the intent is to eventually get rid of it, right? We look at things like, okay, fiscal conservatism.
There's no intent to get rid of it.
You know what is
Oh my
fiscal
gosh.
conservatism? Cutting taxes. That is fiscal conservatism. You're cutting.
No, it's
lowering
not.
taxes
Not
on
if you're
the
running a
net.
higher
Fiscal
deficit. You don't know what words mean. This is why talking to you is like talking to a monkey.
Holy shit.
Secondly, when I sit here and look at, I know I'm surprised we have about the tariffs, but here's something crazy. Whenever I can go look at the tariffs and we posted a surplus in the last 2 months, that is fiscal conservatism.
Way too many
and that's
details,
working
yeah.
against the deficit. Would you agree that a government posting a
Admiral
surplus
Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs,
is
what
working
is
against
a
the
tariff?
deficit?
What is a
What
tariff?
is a tariff? What do you think a tariff is? Because I know
It's an import tax. That's what
Oh,
it is.
it's an import tax. Is that?
That's what
I've never heard
oh
that argument before. How about it's a negotiation tactic used by a government against foreign governments in order to achieve a goal? Would you
God
agree?
damn, bro. How are they so on point with the messaging? They all do it. Every time. Like, that's so crazy.
That a tariff is also that?
No, okay. You are running two separate lines of, okay, you're doing the double thing. You're doing the double thing. Okay, you can have two arguments, right? You can have one argument that tariffs are a negotiating tactic.
Which
they're
they are.
temporary and they're meant to be discarded. Or you can have the argument that tariffs are increasing revenue for the federal government so that they can pay off the deficit. You can't maintain both of these lines of arguments at the exact
Pass me the burger of exactly, dude.
same time.
I absolutely can.
No, you can't. No, that's literally contradictory with each other.
No, it's not.
It's
No,
double
it's not.
thing.
Okay, dude, what a fucking moron. If it's a debate not debate tactic, but if it is a bartering tool, why is it a bartering tool? If we're trying to use it to normalize a trade or like, as a negotiation tactic, how so? What is a negotiation tactic? A threat of force, or some kind of like suboptimal situation coming your way. Okay, so what's the suboptimal thing that is going to happen to the country that we do tariffs to? Oh, we're going to raise the price of like their import tax so that when it comes in, they have to pay more. Well, the company has to pay more money to get their shit or whatever. Like, it's actually like he's proving his own argument wrong. That's crazy. I love it.
Like Gibbs response.
It's not double think. It's real simple. It's called situational awareness. I know that's something that you're confused about, clearly, right? So if I have a situational problem where, hey, I put a tariff on a country and we renegotiate trade deals, and then we leave the tariff there or we have a reduced tariff, but it's higher than it was before, guess what? A, we can negotiate a deal. And then B, we can lower the deficit if it stays in place. Those are two things that can absolutely happen at the same time. And if you're saying that's not happening, then you're just retarded.
Okay, so you're in favor of negotiating. Okay, you're in favor of tariffs, or you think that tariffs are being used as a negotiation, but in the end, you also want the tariffs.
Defeat your enemy, then pretend it's a ceasefire and peace solution. Israel plays Trump. Well, I mean, okay. Isn't it still a good thing that a ceasefire is happening? Or do you want Israel to keep killing more people in Gaza? Like, he's giving everyone what they want. They're ending the war. They're, you know what I mean? Like, if you care about peace in Palestine, this is the best way to start getting it,
To be increased?
That's not what I said.
That is what you said. You said that in the end, the tariffs will be increased.
That's not what I said.
On our side. That is what you said.
No. That's
yes.
So you love taxes.
Yeah,
taxes
you love,
are good.
You love taxes?
No, what I said once again was
Taxes
it's
are awesome.
situational. It's once
Fiscal
again I said
conservative,
it's
by the way, loves
situational.
taxes.
It
Good
is
job,
You
kid.
love
It's
taxes,
amazing.
that's what he is.
Hold on, one at a
He's
time.
the
Everyone
pro
one at a time.
tax.
North. Everyone one at a time. I'm gonna let Connor go, and then Gibbs, and then I want to see if Luke wants to comment on anything.
Dude, you don't need to. Like we don't know what words mean, okay? Fiscal conservatism does not mean running a $10 trillion deficit. Fiscal conservatism does not mean increasing the largest consumer tax increase in probably a century. That's not fiscal conservatism. So we're not even we don't even agree. Like, dude, we can't have a complex conversation about policy because we don't even agree what words mean.
Yes, this is what I was saying earlier, that like all the debates get lost in definitions.
Yeah, I mean,
and he wants that, by the way, because if we go to the policy debate, he has no leg to stand on.
This is funny. I love the idea that
this is funny.
That, yeah,
It's
it is
funny. I don't know what fiscal conservatism is. Get funny. Raising taxes. Raising taxes is fiscal conservatism.
I'll mute you. Let Gibbs respond.
I mean, I'll tell you what's funny. I will tell you what's funny is this great Mensa candidate over here sitting here with his great background in, I don't know, being a basically glorified UPS driver in the military is going to explain to me what fucking words mean. That's fucking hilarious. It's a goddamn retarded is what it really is. And
So wait, he's making fun of someone who served in the military for serving in the military now? Very conservative of you, bro. Notice how they all fall to insults? Yeah, dude.
I'll tell you another thing is Berkey conservatism, which Connor has sat here and tried to argue many, many times, is basically just progressivism pretending to be conservatism. Like, so I don't want to sit here and hear anything about what words mean from a duplicitous liar who does actually try to get Democrats elected down ballot that are not just oh, I hate MAGA. So when you're going to sit here and say this bullshit, like, at least I'm impressed you can say it with a straight face because it's honestly a very good lying tactic. I'm very impressed with you. Good job.
Okay, am I muted or no?
No, you're good. I went to.
Okay, so hold on. So to summarize what was just said, I'm a liar, but fiscal conservatism is cutting taxes and adding $10 trillion to the deficit over the next 5 years. And fiscal conservatism is raising the highest consumer taxes in a century. That's fiscal conservatism.
No,
right, I want to
conservatism. First, fiscal
Gibbs, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's like talking to a different fucking
before anyone responds to anything, I want to give Luke a chance to butt in here because
good job, Corbin.
Yet. Luke, do you have anything to respond to anything Connor said?
What?
Connor, do you have?
How was Trump fiscal conservative, Luke?
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, he sticks to a lot of the core beliefs. While he does stray from a lot of ideas, and he's not typically 100% with the path. One thing he has done that a lot of conservatives have done throughout the years is really bringing Republican voters, like out to vote and really encouraging them to vote, which is one thing that we can all appreciate as conservatives.
Okay, hold on. How is he a fiscal conservative, Luke?
He's still not saying anything. He's trying to stay out of it while also being in it. He's trying to be this guy wants to be a politician. That's what this is.
Well, as I said, he sticks to some of the core beliefs that I mentioned earlier.
Well, hold on. So can you respond to the fact that I told you a moment ago, you said that he cut federal spending. What I came back to you with, which I did not add an addendum to, I love this addendum. Doge said they were going to cut $2 trillion. That's 33% of the federal budget. Doge ended up recommending $150 billion to Congress, which, while not as big as $2 trillion, it's a fuckload of cash. We can agree with that. What ended up getting passed, though, in the rescissions package was $10 billion, which was 0.16% of the budget. And not only that, $6.5 billion of this package is projected to kill 3 million people over the next 5 years.
Oh, hold on, that is
hold on, that's not even getting into account the fact that the Shias are cutting.
Everyone shut up and let Luke respond.
Yeah, I'd love it.
I'm just curious to where you got the idea that's going to kill 3 million people.
No, hold on,
Okay,
Luke.
so
Before he goes,
he asked me a question.
I don't
He
care.
asked
You
me a
interrupted me
question.
3 times now.
Kids, let Connor respond.
Okay, let the chimpanzee talk, and then I'll go
I would
after
like to
him.
go as soon as he's done. Yeah, okay.
No, I'll wait for the chimpanzee. Go ahead.
No, Connor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be the chimpanzee. I'll play
Am I the
game. It's fine.
chimpanzee or is
No,
Gabe
I'm the
or who is
chimpanzee.
the
The Mensa UPS driver is calling me a chimpanzee. But all right, so what I'm sitting here talking about is when he's talking about, what's fiscal conservative? Connor's complaint is Doge didn't do enough, and so therefore it's not fiscal conservatism. That's fucking stupid. At least it's a start, right? As opposed to what Connors likes to vote for, which is, hey, let's give $6 million to, I don't know, let's have drag queens doing dancing.
What
in
the
Haiti or some
fuck,
bullshit.
dude?
That's what he thinks fiscal conservatism is. When I'm sitting
Okay,
here talking
now-
about fiscal conservatism, hold on, I'm not done.
Is the
When I'm sitting here
abhuman done yet?
When I'm talking about fiscal conservatism, we're going to use Nazi buzzwords again. Big no surprise there. But anyway, when I'm sitting here talking about fiscal conservatism,
You are wearing the color of the Nazis right now, dude. You're white, red, and black, dude. Come on, bro.
I'm talking about changes that benefit the economy and shrink government, right? Which Doge absolutely does with the intent to shrink government under the Trump administration. I'm talking about, he's made trade deals and he's sitting here put tariffs that are going to benefit us here and cause local prices maybe to go up initially and then drop after we build the supply chains locally. Just like the big grocer HEB, the number one grocer in America, the Walmart.
So then why don't we build those supply chains first and then do the tariffs? This way we can stimulate the economy, have people working, getting money, and then using that money to like build things. And then while building these supply chains, we could, give people on the lower end of the spectrum jobs that pay good money. Those people would then use that money to pour money into their community. That would then sponsor and grow that community. Like, no one would complain about the tariffs if that we actually started this on the ground level and did it properly. The way that tariffs were used were rushed and done very poorly. I don't even agree with the idea that we need to bring back all the manufacturing here, but if you wanted to make a logical argument for doing so, you could do that. But we should have built the things first, instead of just raising all the prices when no one has the ability to work. Holy fuck!
Model. Now, if Connor actually understood economics, he would understand how this works. But since the man's biggest economic thing is working for Uncle Sam, he doesn't fucking know shit.
Okay, now that the orangutan's done, Luke. So,
I know I mogged you. That's why you call me that.
PEPFAR costs $6.5 billion per year. It was passed by bipartisan legislation by George W. Bush in 2003.
But he just got completely schooled. And then completely ignored because everything he said was ridiculous. This is fucking hilarious. Connor is going to be huge.
PEPFAR provides retroviral medication for HIV and AIDS. That way, women in Africa who have HIV will not pass on HIV to their kids. And then also people who already have HIV won't die from the disease. This is credited with saving 25 million human lives over the past 20 years. That was part of the 0.16% budgetary cuts. So that's predicted in the next 5 years to kill 3 million people.
Hold on. How does 25 million people die, which is doubtful at best, have anything to do with fiscal conservatism? I would say arguing that's liberalism at best and progressivism at worst when we're going to sit here and say, hey, let's use American tax dollars to pay for fucking Zambians.
Well, we could go to neoconservatism next since you don't understand fiscal conservatism.
Well,
but I would like
you clearly don't because you're equating millions of people dying to economics.
No. I didn't. You did, but that's because you're not fully human. Like I have 6% Neanderthal DNA. I'm pretty sure you're cooking like 10 to 20%.
Do you understand at all, like spending money now to prevent like shit from happening in the future? Like, do you understand that concept?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, I'm definitely familiar with the idea of the pain.
100% facts not on his agenda.
Hold on. I'm familiar with the idea of the pain now, and there's the pain later. When I explain how fiscal conservatism is leading supply chains to be established here versus
shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
You asked me a question. Hold on. You asked me a question. I gotta answer the question. I gotta answer the question you just asked me. If you're gonna ask me if I understand how this works, and I explain how fiscal conservatism.
Dude, he's crashing out so hard. Oh, I love it when it's nothing but red wing motherfuckers, dude. This is nice. No longer do I have to watch liberals and lefties crash out. We can watch MAGA do it. This is awesome, dude.
Is a policy that's going to lead supply chains here. The pain now or the pain later.
And like, dude, think about what he's seeing right now in his head. He thinks he's cooking right now. This guy thinks he's locked the fuck in, and he's like, I'm zen. I'm in the moment. Bro, he looking like a dipshit.
You answered my question, now you're going on this whole fucking tangent. Oh my god.
Hold on, because they're related. I know it's hard for you to follow the point. If I'm going to build a supply chain here, and which is what Trump's doing with the tariffs, that is fiscal conservatism, not whatever bullshit you're saying. But we raise taxes, and then do whatever. Come on, give me a break.
No. You know what tariffs are? Tariffs aren't fiscal conservatism. Tariffs are protectionism. It's isolationism. That's what it is.
Oh, it's isolationism.
It's protectionism. It's social. That's what I'll call it, socialist even. It's
okay. I have hope that Luke is a member of the human species. I would like to hear him address what I said.
Luke.
So we cut 0.16% of the budget. You said it was a step in the right direction. I said that is projected to kill 3 million people over the next 5 years. What's your response?
Well, we obviously know that there are other problems going on in the world, right? A lot of problems that could save lives, right? And we could address almost every single country in that matter, right? The question is, how far are you willing to go with spending in that? You know, do we take every country and try to solve all of their problems for them?
No, but if you wanted to move to neoconservatism, so Gibbs said, okay, well, spending money on foreign soft power is not fiscal conservatism. I agree. It's not fiscal conservative to spend money on foreign countries when you're already running on debt. However, neoconservatism, philosophically, Reagan was probably the biggest neoconservative in American history, next to Teddy Roosevelt, okay? He believed that American soft power and hard power should be projected overseas in order to defend the free world.
True.
And I would argue that while PEPFAR and USAID are not fiscally conservative because we're spending $10 billion overseas, I would argue that they are bastions of neoconservatism, which is spreading the influence of the free world via soft power and military power. So if you guys want to move to how Trump is not a neoconservative, I'd be happy to discuss that as well.
Neocons don't even agree with you. Like, this is what's insane. You're arguing first.
Do you believe in neoconservatism, Admiral Gibbs?
He admitted just now that those programs that he was asking Luke about, whether we're not fiscally conservative, hashtag in thread rhino, right? Like, not even rhino, like I said.
What the fuck kind of logic is that when you're backing the big beautiful bill? 10 billion versus trillions? Okay, dude. All right. Like, by your logic, you're not allowed to be a conservative, neither is MAGA. Like, just, how are you not? Well, you have to understand, all these guys are conservative. They believe in American exceptionalism.
Duplicitous lying snake oil salesman. That's what we got right here. Thank you.
Admiral Gibbs, are you a neocon? Just out of curiosity.
I would argue that I used to be, maybe.
No, so you aren't. Okay. Do you think that MAGA is a represents neoconservatism?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so then we don't even have to address that. You agree with us that MAGA is not neoconservative at all.
Okay,
I would say they're populist right.
Before we move on, I would like to ask Luke, though, because he used Reagan as the pinnacle of conservatism. So Reagan was an avid anti-communist hawk. He ran deficits and spent shitloads of cash on the military and spent shitloads of cash on foreign interventions in order to burn out the Soviet Union.
True.
So do you think that Reagan in this regard is not conservative, I suppose, would be one question. And I guess the follow-up question is, do you think that Trump is following in Reagan's footsteps in that he's advocating for American power on the world stage. Because I would actually argue that MAGA is largely a movement that's trying to be increasingly isolationist.
Hashtag is it 2015? Hell
my
yeah,
first
dude.
question to you be, why do you think that we want to be isolationists in a sense of world power?
I would say that if I was to steel man the MAGA movement, they're sick of spending trillions of dollars overseas without a discernible result. They're sick of the blowback from foreign wars. They're sick of being involved in the Middle East and North Africa. They're sick of Europe sleeping under the protective blanket that we provide them. And they're sick of Asian countries sleeping under the security blanket that we provide them. So they want to withdraw from the world stage.
Well, as we saw, the MAGA movement was.
Look at that, dude. He did a steel man position of Trumpian bullshit. He's a better man than I. I should learn that shit. Because I know what, like, I agree with what he was saying. Like, because that's what, like, we've been taught by our society for a long time. A lot of our society, you know, through, you know, cinema and film and video games and culture has been anti-war for a very long time, and then we've heard forever about shutting down the industrial military complex. Like, people have no idea how important artists are. We have different types of conservatives here too. One's national conservative, which have been wiped out of the party. It's become extreme right. What? You guys have an extreme right too? That's fucking wild. I'm gonna let it play. I gotta go use the bathroom, but I got my headset with me.
When the Iran war first broke out, was heavily supportive of Donald Trump's decision. People like Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, were heavily supportive of it. He even said himself, the Iranians gave Trump no choice but to come to the table, right? And the MAGA movement, say what you want, we're right there behind him, right? So, you know, I think the idea that Americans want to be removed from the world stage is, I wouldn't say is entirely true. Also, Trump was the first one to meet with Putin in a while. So it was the first one to meet with Putin since the Russia-Ukraine war broke out. So we're obviously trying to get our feet in the game here.
My counter argument to this, because this is something that I'm actually pretty passionate about, is that Donald Trump in his first few months in power brought Zelensky to the White House, embarrassed him on purpose, cut off intel sharing, cut off munitions, cut off the ability for them even to sell weapons to Ukraine. And as a result, thousands, if not tens of thousands of Ukrainians died. So why? And then you brought up Israel. What I would say is that Trump has taken extreme amounts of heat from the MAGA base because they say, oh, he's MAGA. He's make Israel great again. He's a simp for Israel. So as an example, yeah, I agree with you. He was interventionist in reference to Israel and Iran, but I think that Ukraine is the perfect example of him withdrawing from the world stage.
Well, the reason why I use this example is because you said that Trump wanted to move away from the world stage. Whether you agree with those decisions or not, you have to agree that it's a point to, you know, to be a part of that world stage and to try to take action. Whether you agree with the actions.
But I would argue that attempting to withdraw from the world stage and only coming out when like an important ally gets attacked would be a movement towards isolationism, and therefore it would be an example of Trump and the MAGA movement not being a neoconservative movement.
In which sense did he pull out?
I would say that screwing over Ukraine the way that he did. And then also I would say that the Iranian policy was like fairly limited, where effectively it was just like strikes against the nuclear sites and then he backed away.
Yeah, this is a dumbass foreign policy take. Hold on, I gotta say something here. First of all, just because you're sitting,
Gibbs.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, brother. But when I'm sitting here hearing what he's saying, it's just rampant idiocracy. Like, okay, first of all, Ukraine is, for all intents and purposes, not even a first-tier client state. They're a second-tier client state. And when you have an uppity son of a bitch like Zelensky, who's arguably not even actually elected the proper way, but we don't have to dive into that. And because I'm actually pro-funding the Ukraine war, when we're sitting here having an uppity bitch like Zelensky come in here and not even wear a suit to the White House because he wants to send a message or some bullshit, and then he's going to sit here and ask Data Trump Trump and Daddy America for some money. And yeah, guess what? You're going to play by our rules. And so when he got uppity, he got slapped like the little bitch ass he was. And now, guess what? We just opened up even more funding and even more weapons just within the last week, like the Tomahawk deal, more than Biden ever gave. We also negotiated a mineral rights deal with Ukraine. These are all expanding American power under the neocon principle. We can look at Iran. You know what's expanding American power? When we go in there and bomb the fuck out of them with using our old tech that's getting replaced by the B-23 Raider or B-21 Raider, and we had the B-2 bomber. We're getting old tech going in there and dropping bombs on them. And guess what? They have no idea what's happening. And then we have Israel handing all our weapons for us. Why would we deploy U.S. troops to the Middle East where it's just a quagmire? Instead, when we can just let Israel whoop their ass for us effectively. And then finally today, it looks like Hamas has capitulated. So it looks like once again, Trump dub, crying baby back bitches here, zero.
So hold on. Is MAGA neoconservative or not?
Yeah.
I mean, in some respects, they can be. It's all, once again, situational. It doesn't matter whether or not it's actual, traditional, exact neoconservatism, whenever we are more to the right than what you're proposing. You're proposing for socialism. That's not that's not conservative at all.
No. If anyone's a socialist here,
one at a time. I don't know your positions, so I don't know. I can't speak to that, but I know his positions, and they're socialist, borderline national socialist.
No, Admiral Gibbs. I can say that you're the socialist here for supporting Donald Trump, especially with when it comes to Trump literally taking over parts of U.S. companies. You think Trump buying like 10% of Intel stock? You think that's not socialist at all?
Do I think that Trump? Sure, I would argue that it is somewhat socialist.
It's somewhat socialist?
Yeah. Guess what? Every big government is somewhat socialist. I mean, I don't want to turn into Fabian Liberty and start arguing about these kind of bullshit.
Government.
Yeah.
Hold on, I thought Trump was shrinking the government. What's this whole big government thing?
Hold on. It is shrinking. However, when you're talking about economic gain and Trump's an economic guru, you know what? Guess what? If they decide they're going to invest in stock and stimulate the American economy, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm a libertarian. Yeah, it is a little bit socialist. There are some socialist aspect to the United States government in general. So if they're going to buy stocks in order to increase our economic benefit, I'm all for that if they can actually see it work. Now, you think Intel is going to go down in cost as we sit here and have supply chains built and chips built here? No, absolutely not. Instead, what we're probably going to
No. What my concern about is I'm a promoter of free market economics, and I don't like it when the government is interfering with our free capitalist market, because that's what they're doing right now. They're creating a conflict of interest. And you can argue that they're maybe like artificially raising the prices of the stock, but that doesn't actually do anything for like the economy at all. It just makes it look like better superficially. Like if you pump like $15 trillion into the economy, right? That doesn't mean that the economy is going to be doing better. Like maybe on paper you could say it's doing better.
No,
but
let me ask you a question. All right. So and I've talked about this a lot. This is the big reason I got into like the debate world is because how it was affecting me locally. Right. When I'm sitting here looking at certain industries, and I'm going to speak to ranching once again, and I can look at subsidies, right? Going to certain industries where they actually absolutely crushed one industry at the benefit of the other, and then eventually crash, right? Like corn subsidies, like we have some of these grain subsidies, all these things, they end up leading to a crash. Sure, I agree in socialist aspect that would be bad. I don't like that. In fact, I'm a rancher. I don't want beef subsidies, even though we'll probably get something. I don't want that, right? Because I think that's bad. Hold on. When I look at these things, yeah, there are some aspects to go. However, if I'm looking for economic gain and I'm an Intel stockholder and I'm looking for future investments, I think the U.S. government, when they're pushing stuff like tariffs, which are going to, and then have trade deals with Rwanda for rare earth minerals, I think, yeah, it behooves us in situational circumstances to maybe play the game. I'm not a full-on libertarian, and unless you're a full-on libertarian, you also believe in some sort of government control over certain areas. And this is one of those times where we're going to have benefits to them doing it. Oh, so then you're a libertarian or what?
I believe in free market economics. I think the less you have a more prosperous capitalist economy, the less interference the government puts into it. Like, is that not?
Sure.
So we can agree with that, right?
Would you agree that, like, of the two choices that we've had, Like, I'm not going to argue about the primary. Maybe you voted for somebody else in the Republican primary. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know your history. You know, if we're going to sit here and argue that when it comes to election time, right, and it's Kamala Harris, the one who wants to use socialist policy spending, like spending American taxpayer dollars on programs like dance classes for Haitian male prostitutes in Haiti, or have, hey, I don't know, this is a real one. This is one she actually advocated for to the ACLU, spending taxpayer dollars on, I know it's hilarious, it's crazy socialist, taxpayer dollars
Can you
on
say that one more time, please?
Yeah, I will. This is a real thing. You can look it up.
Haitian male prostitutes.
Yeah, this is a real thing.
Transgender surgeries.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That was illegal aliens. You wanted illegal aliens to get transgender surgeries. That was actually a policy she advocated to the ACLU. You can look that up. Now, Trump was lying when he said that. And then secondly, right now, the government shut down by the party that you're arguing against, the Never Trumpers, the Dems. They're the ones who are actually advocating to shut the U.S. government down. Right now, for the soft power that Connor wants, one of those things being $3.6 million to Haiti for baking classes and dance classes for Haitian male prostitutes. This is a real policy happening right now. I guess that's not socialist.
Look,
okay.
Admiral Gibbs, when he entered this conversation, he was trying to obfuscate. What's the proper? How do you say it? Obfuscate. Yeah. He was basically saying that me and Connor were going to be telling lies, bending the truth. But in reality, when you look at what Admiral Gibbs is saying, it's so fucking batshit insane, and he's lying through his teeth. Like, I would love for people to just like recognize that everything that's coming out of his mouth is just untrue. It's completely ridiculous.
Not true. I literally today, Senator Kennedy came out and was just talking about it. I can point to multiple senators today talking about it.
Holy fuck. Guys, I'm sorry. That turned into a bigger incident than it needed to be. I was battling Jesus. And I was listening to this guy be unhinged the entire time. I have so much shit to say. Holy fuck. This guy is insane, dude. What the fuck?
You talk about it's literally in the funding bill that the Dems put forth, saying, "Hey, if we want this to be passed, if we want the government not to be shut down, you have to re-implement these things." So no, I'm not lying. Maybe just open up a book, or maybe turn on the news.
Open up a book, yeah.
All right, and
that's
then,
where I'll find the transgender Haitians getting their.
I mean, nobody's saying anything about transgender.
Exactly.
I'm gonna see if we can pull Luke back in. Luke, did you have any commentary on anything that's happened so
to
far?
the ACLU. Hold on. What could we go to? North, are you disagreeing that Kamala to the ACLU said this?
I haven't heard of it at all. No.
Okay, well then.
I mean, she did talk about that, but that was back in 2019, and she's changed her position since then. Whoa.
Don't laugh because it sounds ludicrous. When Trump said that on TV, I was in a debate with a bunch of people. We were all watching it live.
You know what they say?
I laughed just like you did. And I said, haha, that's crazy. No way that's fucking true. Google. Guess what? Fucking
yeah,
true.
no, it's not up for me to Google your own claims.
I don't have. I gave you the claim.
Right.
I mean,
no, you gave me a claim and you provide evidence. I'm not going to justify your claim.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up, both of you. Shut the fuck up. All right, you guys had your little spat. Luke, did you have any response to anything that North or Connor may have said?
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to what me and Connor were debating about. Whereas Trump doesn't want to be involved in the world main stage. While you gave arguments about how the things he did were wrong, which, we could talk about all day if you'd like, but...
How is it that this child is being the best behaved on this debate? This is crazy, dude. This is insane. What happened to our adults when kids look better than them? What the fuck, bro?
But how he wants to go away from the world main stage is, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. Well, what I would do just to split the difference, because we still, if we're tracking the thread of the conversation, I think I made the argument that there's 5 separate conservatisms that I don't think Trump is. North and I think are in agreement that we've articulated why we don't think Donald Trump is a fiscal conservative. I think that's relatively clear. For neoconservatism, I'll split the difference with you, and I will say that, as an example, Trump's talked about abandoning NATO, right? He's talked about withdrawing from NATO. That's unconscionable to me. That's like horrific. It's one of the most horrific things that I've ever heard from a geopolitical perspective. However, Trump likes playing 5D chess and using leverage and being hyperbolic about stuff to get what he wants. And through that rhetoric in Trump 1.0, he actually got the Europeans to increase their funding for NATO.
True.
So if you want to split the difference, and also MAGA typically uses neoconservative as a slur. So if you guys want to say that Trump is an appropriate level of American interventionist on the world stage, he's just not as interventionist as neoconservatives want him to be. I could give him a 0.5 in the neoconservative category if we wanted to split the difference.
Well, talking from a very objective view of just being involved in the world stage better than previous leaders, as you might say. Reagan, obviously, during the time of the Cold War, Bush during the time of the Iraq War, obviously played a much bigger role than he is playing right now. But I think from a standpoint of him being the most involved through a foreign conflict view and through an economical view, he is very involved in the world main stage, which is what we've seen from previous conservatives.
But just as an example, though, so the reason why, in my opinion, this is antithetical to neoconservatism, though. So this is where I was willing to break bread and just say maybe he's a little bit more interventionist than my criticisms allow for. However, a neoconservative, somebody who believes that republicanism and democracy should spread throughout the world through free trade, cultural influence, American soft power, and American hard power, no neoconservative would have cut PEPFAR. No neoconservative would have cut USAID. No neoconservative would have reduced the CIA's role on the main stage. No neoconservative would have started a trade war with allies. That would have never fucking happened. So that's where, for me, like, I kind of feel like, Gibbs is laughing. You kind of have to decide whether or not neoconservative is a slur. If neoconservative is a slur in an insult, then I don't know why you would just say Trump isn't a neoconservative and that's a good thing. That would be the end of this segment.
And okay, Admiral Gibbs talked about before saying that he doesn't think that MAGA is neoconservative, for one. And for two, what was Trump's foreign policy talking point when he was campaigning? It was no new wars. Would you consider that neoconservative?
Well, hold on. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that no, that is not neoconservative. However, once again, by the way, I just want to point out, this is to the moderator as well. We've had total bad faith by the part of these two, especially North just now. And I want to point this out. He said it's not his job to provide a source after I made a claim, even though I made the source, told the source in the claim I made. Now I posted a source for both the other claims I made, and let me just list some other stuff from the bill that the Dems are. These all sound crazy. This is what they were sitting there pushing out. The lawmaker listed out nearly $20 million in foreign aid funding that he alleged Democrats had their eyes on, including $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in Western Balkans and Uganda, $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti, $6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians, and $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. Now, you could argue maybe under the soft power principle that, hey, it could be neoconservative. However, even a neoconservative who wants to cut government spending would absolutely cut funding like things for $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes in Haiti. Secondly, on the other...
Isn't it possible that, like, we just agreed to help fund certain things and then we gave them money to, like, certain areas, and those areas used the money that they deemed that they got to be usable in a certain way? Isn't it necessarily that we were funding, like sex change operations for children? They were just funding a department that also facilitated that or something. Like what? And like even sex changes for children, like what the, like their brain is broken, dude. They attribute malice everywhere. It's wild.
other thing I said, which was the ACLU thing, I posted the fucking link in there. This is from CNN. If he doesn't like the one about I just posted from Fox News, because CNN is notorious for being extremely far right. They are the ones who admitted that Kamala lied during her presidential election campaign and said she didn't say this after Trump claimed she did do this on the.
The reason why Israel would fund far right people, and it's not Israel per se, it's like the ADL and stuff like that, which are an American organization that does things at the behest of what they believe to be best for Israel, which there's nothing wrong with that, is because right-wing people are usually Christian, and there's a Christian reason to want to defend Israel.
National debate stage. And guess what? I had the source, and she did fucking say that. And here's a cool quote from Kamala. This is our comparison. If I have to pick which side's more conservative, Trump or, hey, the populist righty, who's maybe not a neocon, but he's a populist righty, or the left socialist leader who says Harris, this is an exact quote from Harris, executive authority to ensure transgender and non-binary people rely on the state for medical care, including those in prison and immigration detention, will have access to comprehensive treatment associated with gender transition, including all necessary surgery. Okay. Now, I'm not bashing anybody that wants to be trans. I'm not bashing anybody that wants to be any of these things. I don't care. If you want to do that, more power to you.
So Donald Trump is Christian now? Well, he likes to appeal that way to Christians. Yes. That's what he says. He says he's Christian. That's why he enacted the minister of faith, and yes.
I don't care. However, if you're telling me that it is conservative to fucking go and pay for illegal immigrants to get those surgeries, then you're out of your goddamn mind.
Well, Admiral Gims, you're reading from the Fox News article, right?
No, I'm reading from the CNN article now. Thanks,
Okay,
but good try being
okay. Well, I was just curious. Look, the problem with these articles is they can claim whatever the fuck they want. We can agree with that, right? No, hold on.
Yes,
Hold on.
North respond.
They can claim whatever the fuck they want, but as long as
only because there's a big Catholic lobby in the U.S. Well, yeah. I mean, he's not really a Christian, but he's going to use the Christian ideology, and that's why. Like, do you think that like Israel is going to fund, Israel's going to fund whatever they think is in their best interest, as you would too, as any person would. Like, I mean, if you just think of them as an entity, as a person, they're going to fund what's in their best interest. And then in America, a lot of Christians are very fond of Israel, especially because in the Bible it speaks positively about Israel. Like, yeah. And it even says, like, the Jews are his chosen people. Like, yeah. Like, older Christians are pretty comfortable with Israel. They like Israel. They are against, like, you know, the Muslim orthodoxy. Religion and politics don't mix. Well, of course not. That's why America was founded.
I'd like to see the actual bill themselves instead of someone saying that's like what's in the bill. Like fucking dance classes in Palestine. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there.
Well, okay, so it's not my fault that you don't know this. I provide sources and you provide
No, you're not providing sources. You're providing an article that talks about it, that gives their opinion about it. In order to provide a source, you need to provide a source to the actual source. The article itself isn't a source.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between a primary and a secondary source?
Maybe it's your first debate.
Yeah, there's a difference between a primary source and a secondary source. The primary source, okay.
Over each other.
Primary
both
source
of you
is
don't
Kamala Harris saying this herself. That's a primary source.
You claiming that CNN is a source is like a high schooler using a news article for their her
direct words. They quoted her direct words. Are you retarded? No, that is a primary source. Or is the person
talking about?
Is the Kamala saying XYZ and them quoting that, is that a primary source, yes or no?
It's a secondary source because
no, it is a first source. Oh my God, it's a primary.
Okay,
And you are goddamn.
link me Kamala saying
They're both
this.
in the
Link
chat.
me
They're
Kamala
both in the
saying
chat.
this.
They're both in the chat.
You put it in the private chat.
I mean, she did say what he's saying she said, but she said it at 2019 and didn't run on that. That was from her first presidential run when she was running against Biden. She could have changed her opinion since then.
I mean, maybe read a book or watch the news because you're sitting here showing it's your first time debating with the big boys. It's crazy that you know you're going to call out me for sources where I provided too, and you purported bubkiss.
Let's see here now.
Okay.
Is he a real admiral? Yeah, bro. We shouldn't make that joke. That is not a good joke to make.
So what do you guys want to do in reference to neocon? Because I think, Luke, my argument would be that Trump is substantively less committed to neoconservatism than a neoconservative. I think Gibbs, despite going on a rant, would probably agree. He would just say that that's a good thing. Because neoconservatives love
couldn't hear anything you just said,
They
'cause
love
the thing
foreign
like that-
intervention. They love spending money internationally. They love trans drag shows. They fucking like Colombians streetwalking trans prostitutes putting on an art show for the Colombian embassy.
The joke is already in my head. Lou gets me.
Conservatives fucking love that shit. So I'm assuming that Admiral Gibbs would say, that's cringe, that's fucked up, we shouldn't do that.
I would agree that spending money would be on foreign wars and expanding American influence through war would be a neocon position. Sure. Yeah. However, I would argue that yes,
that's
they
bad,
would not,
right?
No, I would argue that if we're going to argue from a neocon standpoint, because I would say I used to be one, I would argue that the neocon standpoint would be doing effective things when it comes to expanding American influence. Like, direct action against military targets. That would be an effective use of American power that's going to increase our influence in the world.
Well, yeah, but it was also about soft power too, dipshit.
Holding territory, ensuring free shipping, safe shipping lands overseas. Yeah, that would be a neocon stance. However,
That's hard power. Neocons like hard power and soft power.
neocon would not be in favor of ineffective things like 3.6 million going to Haiti or for something like this.
Okay. I mean, I think descriptively, even if we disagree on like whether or not these things are good or bad, I could just accept that. But then this would get into, I would say, well, let's do like let's do the spicy, non-spicy, and then spicy. So social conservatism. Okay. I think that social conservatism is promoting, religious values, virtues, family, getting married, having kids, being loyal to your wife. I
like a lot of it, but the religious values can fuck off.
I think Trump is one of the least. So like he espouses social conservatism. He got conservative justices elected to the Supreme Court. I think that he is the least socially conservative individual who has ever represented the Republican Party, probably in the history of the country.
True.
What?
I think that Donald Trump is the least socially conservative human being who has represented the Republican Party in the history of the country.
Worse than John McCain.
Yeah.
McCain was awesome. What?
Substantively. John McCain was married for 40 years. Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his spouses. Donald Trump is credibly accused of having sex with 14 to 17-year-old girls to the 80s and 90s and being friends with one of the world's most prolific pedophiles in American history. So yeah, John McCain was substantively more social conservative than Donald Trump.
Who founded the Republican Party? I forget. Was it Abraham Lincoln? Oh, it was Abraham Lincoln. Like, this guy took...
Oh my God, because Abraham Lincoln founded the Republican Party. He's just like Trump, because Trump, was Abraham Lincoln a womanizer?
The progressive stance of freeing the slaves. I got to say, and that's a good thing, but if you're going to argue that, hey, he's the most non-social conservative in American history, maybe once again, open up a history book. Like,
what point was that? What did that have? He's talking about how Trump doesn't live by the ideas that he's espousing. And your response is, well, the guy who funded the Republican Party freed slaves. The guy who funded the Republican Party was a liberal who believed in liberal democracy.
Do you think slavery is socially conservative?
I would argue that at the time, yeah, if it's established within, it's economic conservative, that's for goddamn sure. If you're going to sit here and say, oh, with tradition, hey, yeah, that's also going to be a conservative standpoint at the time. Like, are you arguing that
this is why I define terms before I talk about them. I say that social conservatism is promoting.
You're defining it dishonestly.
Okay, okay, tell me if this definition is dishonest. Social conservatism is reinforcing religious principles and values, and also reinforcing the virtue and value of family, marriage, and staying loyal to your partner while raising children. That's social conservatism. Was that a dishonest social conservative definition?
Sure, let's use that definition. Let's just for funsies. I'll play your game. Here's the problem with that. If we use that definition, we use that.
Come on, man.
Definition, and we compare the two candidates, and then we compare down ballot. Which one represents that more? Maybe the leader might not represent that. Hey, but Vance is absolutely
that's my argument.
Conservative.
That Jesus Christ, dude.
However, when I sit here and see policies like that were going on the left, none of that is advocating for social conservative. And your argument is a never Trumper. So you're going to argue against anybody MAGA. And then you're going to say, hey, let's vote for Dems that are going to push more far left socialist policies and more far left progressive anti-conservative policies. And then you're going to tell me that,
so I'll follow you, Gibbs.
Go ahead.
I'll follow you. Yeah. So quick response, Luke. I promise I'll be brief. Yes. So if my options were Kamala Harris, who I don't like as a person, who I think has not led a socially conservative life. She cheated on her current spouse or her boyfriend or whatever in order to fillet a person in power in order to get a better job. She married into a family. She does not have children of her own. I do not view her as a socially conservative person. However, if I stack Kamala Harris up against Donald Trump, who cheated on every single one of his spouses, including Melania, and who also had sex with underage, sex trafficked women, then I'm going to say that Kamala Harris is a fundamentally better person than Donald Trump.
Williams. What are you talking about? If you're going to talk about social conservative, you can't talk about someone who's a known cheating slut. This is crazy, bro.
Being a known cheating slut. Wouldn't you agree, Gibbs? Do you think being a pedophile?
Dude, one, what an asshole for going there. And two, of course, Connor's going to hit you with the pedophile one afterwards. Like, what the fuck, man? You walked right into that.
Person named Donald Trump.
Williams. What are you talking about? If you're going to talk about social conservative, you can't talk about someone who's a known cheating slut. This is crazy, bro.
Being you say known cheating slut. Wouldn't you agree, Gibbs? Do you think being a pedophile is worse, or do you think being a slut is worse?
I don't know. Why don't we ask your bestie for Destiny? But hey, that's neither here nor there.
Go ask him. I'm pretty sure he'll say being a pedophile is worse than being a slut. I'm asking you.
I don't know. There's a lot of
I'm asking you.
He's not going to answer the question. He's not going to answer the question.
Gibbs, I would love an answer. I would love an answer, Gibbs. What's worse, having sex with a 14-year-old sex trafficked girl or being a cheating slut?
Well, anything
what's worse?
Anything they're convicted for, that's going to be what's worse because we know.
I would like you to answer the question.
And the answer is anything they're going to be convicted for, that's going to be what's worse. And I've not heard Donald Trump get convicted of anything.
The question is,
if he was
Jesus Christ. There's no way people are watching this and thinking this guy's doing okay. Even his own mom is like, honey, maybe you need to retire. Like, what the fuck, dude?
actually doing this, if he was actually doing this,
question
why in the
is-
last 4 years, when the Dems had
Is
the Epstein
having
files,
sex
did they do nothing
with a
at all with them?
14-year-old
We can
girl
bitch about the Epstein
worse
files
than cheating?
all we want getting released, but guess what? They released more of that information in the last 6 months than we've been
Oh my God, he's memorized all the talking points. This is adorable.
released in the last 4 years. If the Dems actually had the claims you're making, they would have released them. All you got is baby back bullshit. Go ahead, Luke.
Gibbs, I would like an answer to my question from a descriptive standpoint. Is being a cheating slut worse than having sex with a sex-trafficked 14-year-old girl, yes or no?
And then after Gibbs'
in
response, we're gonna let Luke.
a pure hypothetical, it would be. However, in a real world scenario, where we have evidence
I'll
of
take
one,
it- I'll take it a hypothetical, that's
we
enough.
don't have evidence of the other. So,
Oh, we do. We have firsthand testimony from one of the sex trafficked girls. We also have a 2003 letter from the Jeffrey Epstein estate where Donald Trump writes the most prolific pedophile in American history a love letter
Also one of
talking
John
about how
Biggins'
they both
financiers.
have a secret.
Wow.
So yeah,
Admiral Gibbs,
actually,
Admiral Gibbs.
That's
Donald
not
Trump
definitive proof
has
anything.
sex with 14-year-old
Connor, you and I have a secret.
What's that?
That you're gay. I mean, look, see how easy it is? I can just make up anything when I say.
What the fuck, dude? There's no way people watch this and take this guy seriously, dude.
We have a secret. Nobody knows that means nothing.
So hold
That
on.
means
So you're
nothing.
denying.
That means
You're
nothing.
denying.
You have no
to be
evidence
clear here,
of this claim.
you, the real conservative, are saying that actually it's conservative to sweep for the president of the United States having sex with 14-year-old girls.
No,
That's
nobody's
conservatism
sweeping.
now.
Nobody's sweeping.
You're
I'm arguing
sweeping.
that there's evidence.
I am presenting you evidence. I'm presenting you evidence that Donald
No,
Trump
you're not.
had sex with underage girls in the 80s, 90s, and thousands, and you are denying it. That
You
is
are
sweeping.
presenting no evidence that's been put forward in the court of law.
There
that's
is
been-
Okay, Admiral Gibbs, do you think a court of law?
Hold on. Everyone shut the fuck up.
Hold on,
Everyone shut up. I will mute everyone. Shut the fuck up. First and foremost, we're going to kick it over to Luke here in a second. Second of all, everyone in chat, make sure to like and sub, please. And then third of all, Connor, you're
my
gay.
channel.
When I came onto you, you told me that you weren't into dudes, dude. What the fuck?
Hey,
What's
try
with that?
again. Try again now.
Corbin, you're a very handsome man. I'm just actually not into dudes.
Damn.
So I.
All right, Luke.
See how easy to lie about this kind of stuff? Crazy.
Ha 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 ha! You're sweeping for a pedophile. Awesome.
I mean, that's
hold
for
on,
you.
Luke.
So I
Okay,
guess-
okay, we're not getting anywhere with the pedo
No, I'm
versus
not.
teenage.
Luke,
Okay,
before
everyone
Luke goes,
stop.
can I ask
Luke.
Admiral Gibbs something?
Sure.
No, we're gonna kick it to North.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay. Admiral Gibbs, you say that in order for someone to be considered a pedophile, they have to be convicted in a court of law, right?
Yeah, I'm a conservative. I believe in innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
So why did you call Destiny a pedophile?
I didn't. I'm saying by the same metric.
No,
that
you
Connor-
implied he was a pedophile. Though.
No. Yeah, exactly. And I apply this. I'm actually willing to sit here right now and tell you to your face that I will grant Destiny that he's not one until he's convicted in the court of law. Because I, as a conservative, I believe in conservative values like innocent until proven guilty. Trump's case, the one that Connor's referencing, got thrown out for lack of that.
How do you feel about drone striking drug boats in
Hold
Caribbean?
on, before we
got thrown out.
pivot
And so
again,
when you're asking
we're
me
just gonna let
this
Gib
question,
respond.
North, when you're asking me this question, North, yeah, I'm
then
willing
Luke
to sit
will
here and grant Destiny grace because he's not been convicted in the court of law, and I think we should all wait until he's convicted in the court of law before making accusations. However, we're going to be this dishonest.
Okay.
Hold on. If we're going to
You're
do this,
literally implying this, though. This is what you're implying.
Hold on. Let me just finish my thought here. The reason why I'm doing that is because what Connor's doing is dishonest. The case he's referencing got thrown out. This letter that he's saying it's a secret. We have a big secret. I just made up something to claim we have a secret. See how easy that was? It could mean anything. The secret. You and I could have a secret.
Do you deny it? Okay,
Hold on. North and Gibbs. We're kicking it to Luke now. Before
Sure. Right. My point is,
I'm going to mute you.
proven guilty is a conservative value.
All right, Luke.
Yeah. So obviously, to counter.
Like, dude, this is so good. This is pornographic. Like, this guy's brain is so broken. Like, I love it so much. I guess I should move the chat over here.
We could obviously talk all day about Trump's social conservative lifestyle. or life.
Or lack thereof.
But I would like to ask you a question from a conservative policy standpoint. You would rather vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump?
No. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I would actually argue from a social conservative standpoint is that the repeal of Roe versus Wade was probably one of the biggest social conservative victories of the past half century. So I would actually argue that that was one of the biggest social conservative wins. What I don't like about the repeal of Roe versus Wade is that since there was no legislation that was put in place afterwards, yeah, all the red states got infinitely more conservative on abortion, but the blue states got infinitely more blue. And so as a result, they kind of legalized infanticide, where you can have an elective abortion up to 9 months, and that's actually more morally repugnant than Roe versus Wade. Now, when it comes I'm
going to disagree with him here. I mean, I agree that those elective abortions are kind of scary, but I believe that should be up to a doctor. You know what I mean? Those are very rare for one, but they shouldn't be not necessarily illegal, depending on if it could harm the white woman or something. Like, Jesus Christ.
The reason why I bring up Trump rather than social conservative is because I can agree that Christians and Christian nationalists and Christian theocrats probably feel pretty well represented in the Trump administration. That's true. But I think they're selling their souls to the devil, because I think Donald Trump is one of the least Christian, most vile, least social.
Elective to 9 months. Bro, apparently it does happen, but you're talking maybe 3 and I don't even think it's ever. Hold on, let's find out. I don't know if this has actually ever happened. Has a abortion? You know, he's talking about that for a reason. Especially after 24 weeks. Okay. By inducing labor? So it doesn't even sound. I'm just repeating what he said, bro. Don't come at me.
Socially conservative people that we've had in the history of the country. So yeah, you got more socially conservative policies. That's probably true. Christian nationalists, Christian theocrats, they probably feel super comfortable. Donald Trump himself is a credibly accused pedophile.
Well, hold on. Once again, I just posted a link arguing that that's basically the lies. The case got tossed out in 2016, and then he basically just admitted right here. Sorry, Luke, I didn't mean to cut you off again. He just admitted that, yeah, Trump has put these Christian fundamentalists, or whatever he wanted to call them, in office, and they are pushing socially conservative policies. So like I said in my opening, he is actually advocating voting down ballot against Christian conservative policies. So
yeah, because I don't like pedophile rapists, Gibbs, and I also don't like selling your soul in order to achieve policy ends, Gibbs.
Alleged. You don't have a problem with other alleged ones, but you have a problem with one.
Okay, so hold on. Gibbs. This is actually something that I'm going to force you to contend with. In the 2003 letter, with a secret that they both share, the outline behind the secret love letter from the 2003 birthday book is a woman with small breasts. In that same birthday book, there is a drawing of another fan of Jeffrey Epstein handing balloons to 10-year-old and 8-year-old girls who are then in the next frame seen massaging him 10 years later. Okay, so it is known, not only that, but Donald Trump, his primary accuser, I could look up her name, but his primary accuser said that girls in flyover states were flown in for beauty pageants and modeling agencies from age 13 to 17. They were brought to Jeffrey Epstein's penthouse where tons of rich and powerful people were partying. Donald Trump was there, and they had sex when she was of the age of 14. That's not socially conservative, friend. There's nothing socially conservative about banging sex trafficked 14-year-old girls.
True!
There's nothing about that.
Well, once again, it's alleged, not convicted, innocent until proven guilty. You just gave away the game.
You're ignoring the evidence in front of your eyes.
Again, in front of my eye. Well, I'm not the judge. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a defense attorney. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not a jury. They didn't convict him. None of this stuff really matters because it's not convicted. Hold on. Well, sure, you can argue that. I mean, once again, by your own metric, you're sweeping for a person with the same kind of.
No, I don't.
What up, Tracy?
Oh,
I'm willing. Hold on. I'm willing to just throw both of those arguments out the window for the sake of civility. However, we can stick to them if we want. I would like to turn back over to Luke, though. I just want to point out that you did admit that down ballot Trump has put social conservatives in that pushed the agenda and pushed policy. And your biggest complaint is he's personally a piece of shit, and yet he's still going to push conservative policy regardless of that. So thanks for once again not a conservative. Sorry.
Here's another thing.
Okay, Connor, before
I'm
you go, I've been trying to kick it. Connor, before you go, I've been trying to kick it to Luke for like the last 5 minutes. I'm gonna let him have the floor.
Oh yeah, so I mean, yeah, as I said earlier, we could talk about his, social conservative life. Maybe he didn't really live like the perfect Christian life. He was obviously, there's obviously a lot of things that that has been funneled into the air, but one of the main things that I view when I look at him is his policies, right? Obviously I can't vote for the guy.
Yo, I've been dying with COVID and chest infection for 2 weeks, so I've not been slacking on love, I promise. Hey, I'm glad you're getting better. Hopefully it's not as painful as before.
Not old enough to vote yet. So I'm not going to be able to really have a say on that. But what I do want to argue for is some of his conservative policies. I think he still upholds, conservative policies that, have mirrored Reagan, and, have mirrored like the most historical figures in the Republican Party, and he's tried his best to follow that path.
Okay, Luke, explain to me in what way he's mirrored that. Because I don't see that at all. Explain it. Explain the examples of how Trump is mirrored.
Is anyone else already bored out of this though? Like, I feel like I've already hit my climax. I don't think anything else is going to be going down here. Fuck it, let's jump into some music. Some Norm San, a song called Steesh. Bro, I ain't gonna lie, dude. That Pressure Build song, I really fuck with it. I've been listening to it quite a few times, so I've been going with it. Oh shit, Jesse shared my video. Let's go. All right. So, bro, this guy's adorable. I know that a lot of people don't want to hear that when I'm talking about like a motherfucker that's putting out some thug ass music, but like at the same time, he's adorable. I don't know how to cut this any other way. This guy's adorable.
Up high, down low. I tried to get one more, but I came in too slow. Why life so cold? I swear I don't know, but I'll keep on trying to keep holding.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I saw Jesse on the chat last night in the premiere. I did not see him there. Big ups to William, seeing your potatoes video. Much love. Hell yeah, dude. Did you hear this man? Okay, he's in Kentucky now. That's wild, bro. That's smart though, because like it's so much cheaper than Texas, right?
But I came in too slow. Why life so cold? I swear I don't know, but I'll keep on trying to keep holding on. Been losing my grip on reality. Feel like I live in a fantasy. Yet to be labeled a champion, but feel like these rappers can't handle me. I am the chosen one, Anakin, and you like a Sith on the Ambien.
Yeah, dude, you like a Sith on Ambien, dude? Come on. Yo, this guy's gangster, bro. It's a bummer that by doing these videos, I get no views out of it, but it doesn't matter because like this shit's so fire, dude. It's so fire.
You like a Sith on the Ambien. I promise I'm gunning for all of you, just like a priest for a boy at the Vatican. Sheesh. He's going mad again.
Sheesh. Hell yeah, dude. That's the whole reason. I clicked it just because I saw the word sheesh, and I used to say that all the time. For Prof at Red Rock. I need to do Prof, dude. I know I need to do that guy.
Boy at the Vatican. Sheesh. He's going mad again. Sheesh. He's back in his bag again. Sheesh. With every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. Flow be so sick it's a pathogen.
Frozen in time like a mannequin, bro. So sick it's a pathogen. Come on, bro. Like, that's fucking gangster.
He's back in his bag again. With every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. Flow be so sick it's a pathogen. I stay on point like a javelin. My power not even
I stay on point like a javelin. Bro, this is bar after bar after bar. Holy boss sack.
He's back in his bag again. With every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. Flow be so sick it's a pathogen. I stay on point like a javelin. My power not even at maximum. We not the same. We are an antonym. Up high, up high. Down low, down low. I tried to get one more, but I came in too slow. Why life so cold?
Oh, did you hear that little ad? Ooh, come on. He's even got it broken up. Most replayed, cold, I'm durable, on reality. Like, what the fuck? These are such gangster ass.
Up high, down low, down low. I tried to get one more, but I came in too slow. Why life so cold? I swear I don't know, but I'll keep on trying to keep holding on. Been slipping on keeping my sanity. I feel a great deal of apathy. These numbers ain't nothing but vanity, and fame ain't nothing but tragedy. I did not think of the gravity. I get to that money's been hammered in.
Oh my God, dude, he rhymed the word gravity. I'm in love, dude. I'm gonna finagle your nuts, bro. I don't even care if it's gay.
Apathy. These numbers ain't nothing but vanity, and fame ain't nothing but tragedy. I did not think of the gravity. I get to that money's been hammered in. It got me on 10 like Hamilton. Dead presidents on me like Jacqueline. Wow. He's going mad again. He's back in his bag again. With every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. I made this song on accident. I hit record and start rapping, then something took off.
I made this song by accident, dude. What the fuck? Yo, that's fucking wild, dude. I love this guy. I love this guy. Have you done Argyle? I don't think so, no.
Every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. I made this song on accident. I hit record and start rapping, then something took over my body, didn't know what was happening. It felt like a Ouija board Ableton. I even tried closing the app again, but as soon as I pulled it back up, my vocal chain back on the track again. I guess I'm a slave to tracking then. Possessing a great deal of acumen. Can't miss when you being this accurate. Can't pass on somebody this passionate. I'm moving like I got an amulet. I'm durable like I'm a laminate. These rappers behavior inadequate.
Bro, dude, this guy's got way too many bars, bro. This is fucking
Can't pass on
fire.
somebody this passionate. I'm moving like I got an amulet. I'm durable like I'm a laminate. These rappers behavior inadequate. They throw around cap like a graduate. Some of them really be talented, but working for Satan as advocates. I know it may not be intentional, but please don't bring it around me, cause I won't be having it. Oh man, he's going mad again. He's back in his back again. With every line that he spit, we frozen in time like a mannequin. I hold a bar up like a cabinet. My flow be so cold I can fan with it. I took the ball and I ran with it. Now we gon' fill up the stands with it. Say up high, down low, down low. I tried to get one more, but I came in too slow. Why life so cold? I swear I don't know, but I'll keep on trying to keep holding on. Losing my grip on reality. Been losing my grip on reality. Been losing my grip on reality.
Bro, I like this guy. This guy's gangster as fuck, dude. Dude. This was fucking epic. Hell yeah, buddy. I don't know if I'll do him. It depends on the size of his channel and stuff. You got to be very careful what you react to on stream. Or else you'll get your stream will get booted. So if he's like a big channel. Music, I guess. Because that says Universal Music with 1.6 million. Oh, this guy. Oh, okay, cool. He's only got like 2,000 subscribers. We're good. We won't get booted from nothing. Better off alone. I will send you a link. Well, this guy only has 2,000 subs. Dude, let's see what the fuck this is about, bro.
Darling, did you think about me? Did you ask me to partake in your dreams? I'm tired of the other man that you always want me to be. When I'm with you, there's never much wrong when you miss me. And your main carries on. Beware of your...
Dude, he's got a pretty good voice. I ain't gonna lie, this guy's got a... He's got like it's almost sappy feeling, bro. But like, it doesn't sound bad. Dude. It just sounds sappy, you know? Like, you know, as a guy who's been in love, is in love, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a little more okay with sappy. You know, a couple months ago, I'd have been like... This shit's bunk, dude.
When I'm with you, there's never much wrong when you miss me. And your main carries on. Beware of your travels or you'll just end up getting lost. Before we get typical, cynical and old, can I go back to a life that I own,
I will say one thing is like, maybe it's like the cadence of the song. I might be the only one in the world, and maybe this is an unfair criticism, but it sounds almost too wordy. Does that make sense? Like, there's not a long enough moment for some of the words that he's using. It almost feels like some of them are being slightly rushed. Like, if you were to clean up the flow just slightly, ever so much, and maybe like, I don't know how to say what I'm trying to say, change up the words to where it fit more. Oh, I swear, my Scottish in me just got so wet.
go back to a life that I own, If one shouted love is all that we get, and it's not enough. It fucks with my head, well then maybe we're just better off alone. If
There's a good amount of rasp right there, dude. That vocal fry. Oh, yeah, butter me up, baby.
with my head, well then maybe we're just better off alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing touch, it's
Or maybe that it's not too wordy. Maybe it's like he's just doing a little too fast. Like, yeah, like I think like the beats per minute might be just too fast for me. And like it sounds like he's not like hanging on the words long enough. Maybe that's what it is. A bit of Ed Sheeran, but better. Yeah.
if one shot at love is all that we have.
I'm Scottish, shut up and play. It's fucking beautiful in a Scottish accent too. Hold on, bro. I'm not here to be. You can't objectify me that way, dude. Use me to hear this motherfucking song. How dare you? Now I need to pause frequently just to piss off Tracy.
Maybe we're just better off alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing touch, it's out of our hands, well then baby, we're just better off alone. I've been thinking.
Ooh, you got a little breathy there. That one felt like he just got right up on your ear and he's like, hey, what's up, baby? I've been thinking. And you're like, ah!
Then baby, it's out of our hands.
You know, every time you tell me to play, I'm going to pause, just so you know. Just so you know. Come at me with that.
Losing touch, it's out of our hands, well then baby, we're just better off alone.
Also, you have to be aware that, like, I'm doing a reaction. I'm not just sitting here, like, we're not, like, in a room together listening to the radio together. Like, how am I supposed to make content if I don't talk?
I've been thinking and drinking too much, I'm not lying. When I thought it was us, oh, but maybe there's just someone better for you.
God, dude, what a, like, heartbreaking reality to come to. Like, when you wake up and realize that, like, all you're doing is potentially keeping someone behind, like, finding a level of happiness that they really want. Like, and that's, like, the true mark of love, right? Like, if you really love somebody and you know that you're not the person for them and that, like, you're coming at a cost to their success and happiness and, like, just the life they want to live. Like, yes, Tracy, I pause videos. That's what I do. Have you forgotten how this works here? What a reaction is? I think you're getting too used to other content creators that just, like, give you exactly what you want. I pause videos and I talk about the themes, motifs, and understandings of the video. Hello, little lady. How long have you been here, ma'am? But, like, bro, could you imagine being in that position? Like, having that realization that, like, being with the person you're with is coming at, like, a cost to them. If you love them at that point, you have to, like, hey, like, maybe we shouldn't do this, you know? And it's like a heartbreaking, hard conversation to have. But, like, that's, like, when a relationship, if you're going to end it, that's, like, the good way to do it. Is this the Tracy show? Exactly, dude.
Before we get typical, cynical, and old, can I go back to a life that I own? If one shot at love is all that we get and it's not enough, it fucks with my head.
But I also disagree with that sentiment too. If one shattered love is all we get, it fucks with my head. I don't know about that. I would disagree. I feel like even like the worst relationships I've had, I feel like they had a purpose, and I don't regret them whatsoever. I feel like every relationship or everything I've done in my life, every job, every friendship, every lover, they all help me amount to who I am today, right now, in the here and now. And even though some of them were like only a couple of days long, or some of them were like years long, or it doesn't matter, like they're all a learning lesson. I don't know if I could agree with the idea that just because it may not work out that we shouldn't try. I feel like that's what it just boils down to. And I feel like that's wrong. Though it sounds beautiful in a song, so that's why you say it.
If one shot at love is all that we get and it's not enough, it fucks with my head, well then maybe we're just better off alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing touch, it's out of our hands, well then baby.
All right, dude, it's been playing for about 20 to 30 seconds. I need to talk again just to make Tracy, Anyway, hi.
We're just better off alone. I don't wanna be the one to take you half the way. I know it hurts, but don't you hold your breath. Oh, if one shot at love is all that we get and it's not enough, it fucks with my head, well then maybe we're just better off alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing touch,
It's an easy song to get lost into, dude. Really, 100%. I like it, dude. I don't see how he's so small, to be honest with you. I don't get it. This doesn't make any sense to me. This is actually way better than... Like, this is something like I would make, bro. We almost have the same amount of subscribers. I just joke back down, peeps. I know, girl. I'm just giving you a hard time. How does this only have 10,000 views? I have videos with more views than this. And this is better than anything I've ever made. This is my point, dude. This is heartbreaking, dude. Like, real talent just goes by the wayside.
oh, if one shot at love is all that we get and it's not enough, it fucks with my head, well then maybe we're just better off alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing touch, it's out of our hands, well then baby we're just better.
I will say, though, like, the musical instrumentation, like, the actual... Yeah, dude, Lib Sangster gets no views, and so does, like, Mossy, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the instrumentation isn't the best, though. Like, the music in the background, it's not standing out as good as the vocal performance. Matter of fact, it's almost entirely muted, which is kind of crazy. Like, maybe, like, they need to, like... tone down the vocals a little bit, add a little more pizzazz to the instrumentation. Maybe that would cause it to blow up a little bit. Also, he never really had that William, don't take me on, you know I get feisty. I know you fight back, girl. You crazy little lady. He also did like the cardinal sin of not like really... Hold on, let me try again. Like, he never really brought it at the end, dude.
We're just better off alone. I don't wanna be the one to take you half the way.
Now it gets really soft, and then it just...
I know it hurts, but don't you hold your breath. Oh, if one shot at love
okay, he did it.
is all that we get and it's not enough, it fucks with my head, well then maybe we're just better off
I feel like he could go bigger, though.
alone. If one shot at love is all that we have and we're losing
I feel like he could have gone a little more pizzazz. You know what I mean? Let's make sure he gets his. I will do another song request as long as it's not from a really big channel, because then if it is, it nukes the stream. Bro. Sorry. This was fire. Thank you. Watch this guy be like totally against reactions. What was the one that you wanted? Oh, Fiona Apple? Fiona Apple? Let's see what this is. Hopefully she's not too huge. She's got not a lot of subscriptions, but she gets a fuck ton of views and she's on Vivo. I feel like that might not go well for me. But we can try. Is there a song you like? His name is His Home. The fan account version of I Want You with Elvis. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, to be 100% honest with you. I Want You. Yeah, these are like used in movies. This is probably not going to go very well. Let's see what happens. If the stream ends, I love you guys. Enjoy your weekend. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It sounds really good, but that piano is not speaking to me, bro. That sounds like hyper sap, dude. Like just the sappiest of. I can't explain it. Just like the sonic vibes are off.
I want you so it scares me to death. I can't say anymore than I love you. Everything else is a waste of breath. I want you. Let your phone, you don't get well no more.
It's very blues-esque.
I want you. Your fingernails go dragging down the wall. Be careful, darling, you might fall.
Like, dude, she's still doing all this while closed off and like sucked in. Like, bro. I mean, she's not like belting anything and using like any crazy singing yet, but like, brother. You know how hard, like, dude, she's not using like her full diaphragm or nothing. She's just kind of just vibing right now, just hanging out in the pocket.
I want you. I woke up and one of us was crying. I want you. You said, young girl, I do believe you're dying. I want you. If you need a second opinion, as you seem to do these
It sounds good, but they need to like redo the mixing, dude. Something seems off about the performance. Call him out, girl. Call him out. Cool though, man. She's got that blues voice down, bro. I wonder if she's gonna belt because I feel like she can do it, bro. I feel like she can. I feel like she's hiding like a really soft, beautiful voice as well. I feel like she can do both. Ooh, that was clean. Yeah, girl. There you guys go.
It scares you less, but in time you see things clear and stark. I want you, go on and hold me now, and then we'll let it drop. I want you, I'm afraid I won't know where to stop. I want you, I'm not ashamed to say I cried for you. I want you, I wanna know the things you did that we do too. I want you.
Oh yeah, we about to get there, dude. She's about to blow some fucking brains out, dude. Ooh. Yeah.
I want you. You had your fun. You don't get well no more.
It's almost like she's about to break and she's trying to regain control, so she like comes back softer. I feel like she's about to go nuclear. Yeah, dude, she's bubbling right now, dude. It's about to. I watch me be wrong. It's from a TV show. What?
I want you. No one who wants you could want you more.
Oh, come on, lady. Don't make me wrong. Come on, girl. Get the lowest. Get there. Come on. Give it to me. If she does not go explosive at the end of this, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm just saying. You cannot fucking build up all this tension and give me fucking nothing. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. If you give me blue balls at the end of this, I'm ending my stream. I'm gonna storm out of this room. Go on. Come on! Do it, bitch! Sorry, that was rude.
Till I am still no, I'm gonna feel this way until you kill it. I want you.
Come on. Don't you dare subvert expectations. I swear to God. What the fuck, bro? Worst song ever. What the fuck was that? Come on. What the fuck? God damn it, dude. That actually ruined my life, dude. That ruined my life. What the fuck was that, dude? Ah! Why would you do that to me? Why would you blue ball me so fucking hard? Beth Gibson's Funny Time of the Year live. Okay. We'll do this one and then see where we're at, dude. I mean, the track was awesome, but holy fuck, dude. I feel like my balls got just completely lambasted, dude. What the fuck was that? Okay. 9-minute song. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh my God, dude. What's with all the audio quality, dude? I mean, the video quality.
These silent words of conversation hold me now, this adulation. Oh, see me now.
Oh.
Oh, it's easy now. Falling like a
See, like, in a place near Bristol?
silent paper, holding on to what may be.
Dude, I love this woman's vibe, dude. This lady's crazy good, dude.
And I only hear the rain.
Build me up, girl. Where we going? I got a blue ball like a motherfucker in the last song. What you got for me?
And many rains turn to rivers.
Oh, dude, she teased you, bro. You thought, you know what's gonna happen? This is gonna be a whole song of teasing, and we're never gonna have an explosive moment because Lou wants to keep it going. You guys want to blue ball me all the way into my weekend. You guys are rude. I like it so far, but something feels like, I don't know, man. Slightly off.
But you can see me now, and I'm traveling with no destination, still hanging on to what may be. It's a funny time of year. I can see there'll be no blossom on the trees.
Funny time of year, bro. No, it's the best time of year, bro. Give me that fall. Give me that winter. I'm sorry.
Time's been crying, it's taken me in this sea. Oh, it's a funny time of year. There'll be no blossom on the tree.
Hell yeah, dude. What a dope gradual buildup of music. I'm the opposite. I love summer, hate the cold. I can't do it, dude. I hate summer, bro. I love that double up on the lyrics, man. That other lady or dude, whoever's doing that is fucking just adding the correct ambiance to the music, bro. Makes it more haunting. Yes.
It's a funny time of year. I can see there'll be no blossom on the tree. Time's been crying, it's taken me in this year. It's a funny time of year.
Yeah, dude. There was a lot of personality into that, dude. It's so funny. Tommy, yeah. Bro, you could do like a metal version of this, bro. That'd be dope.
Crying has taken me in this year. It's a funny time of year. I can see no blossom on the tree. Falling like a silent paper, holding on to what may be. It's a funny time of year. I can see there'll be no blossom on the tree. The town's been crying, has taken me in this year.
Yeah. Every like rotation, she gets louder and louder. Oh, bro.
I can see no blossom on the tree.
No blood on the trees. Like good sex. Hell yeah, dude. Until what? Oh god. All right, we gotta readjust ourselves for this.
Blossom
That's fucking earned. Yeah, it is. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. That person was losing it, dude. What the fuck? Yeah. The fuck? So they're gonna hit their apex in the center of the song. That's bold, brother. That's bold. We're gonna have to go out soft. We're gonna have to, dude. See if I know anything about music. Yeah, dude. I just want to put this out there. I wish I had endless amount of money. Like, if I had endless amount of money, I would just pay someone to animate this experience, reanimate it, but from like this position, like from her point of view, like what it would have been like, bro, I would pay someone a couple $1 million to do that. Like, how are people all these millionaires and like none of this cool shit comes out? Like, what the fuck? If I had Elon's money, every crazy thing I've ever thought of would be an anime, bro. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'd make video games with the shit I think about. Like, how the fuck do these people have money and do nothing with it? That's so wild to me. She's fucking losing it, dude. That would make me way more tired than singing that whole time would have. What the fuck? No way. We're not building back up. Wait, no way. They're gonna build back up and then cut off, bro. Whoa! We got a new subscriber, dude! What a crazy social experiment, dude. I find it's always fucking weird when they put the camera back on the audience and like show their faces. Like Bo Burnham did that, and that was fucking weird, dude. Like, what existential crisis at the end of that? What the fuck, bro? I felt like the aliens were coming, dude. What the fuck was that? Oh, God. Ah. And I'm fucking spent, dude. Yo, bro, that was terrified at the end, dude. I was like, I felt like I was being programmed, dude. Like I heard like the alien motherships overhead going wah, 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 wah. Like, dude, I was about to get taken, bro. Holy fuck. Oh. Oh, that's fucking wild. Oh, I want to see what her opinion is.
Without the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid
Please don't break my heart, lady.
conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little...
I mean, lady, we're no longer in a small gated communities, though. Like it's cultural now. Like it's all over the place. Like entire movements, like MAGA is ginormous. Like it's no longer just like QAnon. Like these people are all grouped together.
Pawns, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is without the
Okay, so she gave no opinion. Okay. Hey, have a good time, Stuart. I'll be uploading videos all tonight and all weekend. Wild Rift keeps saving. Oh no. Oh shit.
One of the most controversial members of Congress, Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, usually draws the ire of Democrats, but now she's speaking out against some in her own party and coming out in favor of what Democrats demand to reopen the government, an extension of enhanced health care subsidies.
Congresswoman Greene, thank you for joining us here in the Situation Room. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Oh God, why am I watching this lady? Oh no.
Let's start there. Let's start with the shutdown. So you voted for the short-term funding bill, but now you're talking about this health care issue. Help us better understand. Why now?
Well, actually, this is something I talked about when I first ran for Congress in 2020, because I grew up in a construction company family, bought that company after college and retired my parents. And after...
What a politically correct way of saying I forced my parents out of working. I feel like if we looked into all that shit, she probably did some evil shit. But, you know, whatever.
The ACA was passed,
The Affordable Care Act.
Yes, the Affordable Care Act. Our family's health insurance premium went from $800 a month to $2,400 a month. So I've known about this as a major problem for a long time. It's not just ACA recipients whose premiums are going to skyrocket very soon. It has been a disaster for many Americans across the board. And cost of living is so high now. Many of my constituents, many of my friends, and even my own children are finding health insurance to be extremely unaffordable and something that they are having to go without. So I think this is an incredibly important issue. I think it is a crisis.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. This insane woman is saying something correct for once. I wonder what her motivations are, but I don't think it's really relevant. I think the irrelevant point is that she's standing up for the American people rather than Trump. Weird. I wonder why, but weird.
I don't think it's something to wear political party team jerseys on. I think it's something that we have to address and fix.
And it's very personal for you.
Very personal. It's affected my own life. And the Affordable Care Act was passed in 2010. So we're 15 years down the road, and the industry has changed drastically. Many companies dropped out of the market. We've seen doctors stop having their own practices and become hospital employees. We now have to import doctors because we don't have enough. Healthcare has drastically changed, and I'm one of those that gets real tired of political drama when it's not actually solving a problem. And this is such a crisis that
She might have gotten blasted by some Jewish space laser. Yeah, dude. She's the one that believes in the hurricane machines that, like, the Democrats intentionally used to flood states. Like, this woman is fucking unhinged. And if she's the one waking up, that's wild.
I'm willing to say, okay, everyone, we have to do something about this. It shouldn't be something that we dangle the American people or military pay or all of these things. We shouldn't be dangling them back and forth. We have to fix it.
It's very, what are you hearing from your constituents right now? And do you have any regrets about voting for that short-term continuing resolution, that spending bill?
Thank you for that question. Number one, I am a Republican, and I support the president. I was very vocal about I didn't want to vote for a CR. I want to pass our appropriations. That's our constitutional duty, and I want to bring that taxpayer dollars back to my district. I work hard on that, so that was important to me, but I support the president, and I voted for the CR. Number two, what am I hearing from my constituents? It's great. We track all the calls that come into my office. About 60% of the calls coming in right now are calls of support and saying, yes, health insurance is a crisis. They're telling us stories about how they're already paying $2,000 a month.
She's a sex guru?
$10,000 deductibles.
Tantric, that is? Bro. Is she the one that supposedly sucked off Trump? Or was that Nancy one of them, apparently. No, it was Laura Loomer is apparently the one that had sexual relationships with Trump. Apparently, like, she's a blowjob queen or something.
I'm getting phone calls from people that are saying if the ACA tax credits expire, they aren't going to be able to have health insurance. They're going to have to drop it. But I'm hearing from people on both sides, people already on the ACA and people that are already getting crushed by high health insurance premiums.
I want to ask you about this new Washington Post poll. It shows that 47% of Americans believe that President Trump and the Republicans are mainly responsible for the shutdown. You see it here on the screen, compared to just 30% of Americans who blame Democrats. Of course, Republicans are the ones with the power. Do you agree with Americans in that poll that see the shutdown as your party's fault?
You know what? I don't think the shutdown is popular for either side. And so I see the shutdown completely different from maybe my party leadership. And I'm not putting the blame on the president. I'm actually putting the blame on the speaker and leader.
Yeah, dude, throw Mike Johnson under the bus. Let's go. That's how you guys lost the last one. Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Soon in the Senate. This should not be happening. And I don't think, look, as a member of Congress, we already have a low enough job approval rating. This shutdown is just going to drive everybody's approval rating.
Holy fuck, true!
Blame on the leadership. leadership of your party.
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying, you can use the nuclear option in the Senate. This doesn't have to be a shutdown. But what we have to do is we have to work for the American people. And our country is so divided right now. We see it all the time in every single way. It's divided in what I would say very dangerous.
Well, I mean, you helped do the division, you dumb bitch, but I'm glad at least you're calling it out. Thank you.
Ways. And we saw that with the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk, which has upset so many people across the board.
Oh, she almost cried right there. I believe it.
When it comes to hearing from senior citizens or my own friends and neighbors and my own family members and people that voted for me, and they're just saying, Marjorie, we just really want somebody to do something about health insurance premiums. We really want our government and our leaders to actually focus on our country for a change and fix our problems. That is the message I constantly hear from my district, and I'm a representative. I don't have to be a cheerleader for my party. I have to represent my district.
True. I wish more people understood this, though I still don't trust this woman.
Because those are the people that hired me and sent me here, and I myself, I agree with them, and I'm pretty much over it's just drama constantly on TV. No offense, because you guys are on television, but that's all that we see in American politics now.
You know, there's reporting that President Trump, as you know, recently called at least 2 senior Republicans to ask, and I'm quoting now from these reports, what's going on with Marjorie, end quote. Have you talked to the president about this issue? It's obviously so personal for you.
Well, the president has my cell phone number, and he's called me many, many times. So if he wants...
recently? How recent?
I don't get into that kind of details, but he knows how to call me, and he can ask me himself. But here's the deal. There's also this...
Oh my God, dude. She's got balls, dude. Holy fuck. Fellow members of Congress, this is how to be a man. Just so you know.
And I'm not blaming you guys, but there is a media narrative trying to say that I don't support the president. I absolutely support the president. I campaigned for him for years. But I'm also an action person, and I want my party to solve problems.
And you say he's not getting good advice, though. You told Manu Raju. What specifically?
Well, I don't think it's good advice that a government shutdown is going to help Republicans in the midterms. I don't agree with that. I also don't think it's good advice that Republicans ignoring the health insurance crisis is going to be good for midterms. I actually think...
True. Oh, no. She's thinking politically here. Oh, no. They're smarter than they look, bro. Not all MAGA are going to, throw themselves on the cross for Donald Trump.
I think that would be very bad for midterms. And I think that... just not staying focused on America First policies is detrimental as well.
Yeah, and on that note, are you concerned about the cost of living?
Very.
That the President Trump said he would lower?
The inflation crushed people in the past 4.5 years, and the costs have not come down. I myself can tell you my apartment here in Washington, D.C., the electricity bill is $100 more than it was last year, because you can look at your own bill and look at cost. Prices have not come down. That is a reality. People's wages have not gone up. That's another reality. And so Americans are continuing to have a very difficult time getting by. And I'll go a step further. I'm a mom. And so when it comes to what is affecting my adult children's lives, who are 22, 26, and 28, I'm going to be 1,000% fighting for them over any politician and any party. And I can...
Hey, we call those morals. No, they're self-serving, but they're still morals.
I can tell you right now, that generation, they are barely making it, and they're very hopeless for their future.
So you're a mom first, a politician second.
That's right. I'm a mom first.
That's good to hear.
So I want to just ask you also about another issue you've been really outspoken about, and of course that is the Jeffrey Epstein files, wanting to release those. I know Democrats have also been calling for that, a few other Republicans as well. The Democrats are accusing Speaker Johnson of delaying the swearing in of Arizona's Democratic Congresswoman-elect because she would give the last vote needed to release those Epstein files. I'm wondering, the Speaker, for his part, he has denied that. He said it's because of the shutdown. Have you spoken to him? Do you think she should be sworn in right away?
Well, I'll say it like this. I can't conclusively say if that's why the House is not in session, but the House should be in session. And the House should be in session for many reasons. We have appropriation bills that need to get passed. There is a new Democrat that's been elected that does deserve to be sworn in. Her district elected. We have other bills that we need to be passing. And if it's to avoid the discharge petition, why drag this out? That is going to have 218 signatures. And so I say go ahead and do it and get it over with.
The big news that we're all following right now is obviously the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas and Gaza, and the hostage deal that all the remaining Israeli hostages, dead and alive, will be allowed to go back to Israel. President Trump says he might be going to the region as early as this Friday. He wants to be there when this historic moment unfolds. He wants to witness this, talk to his aides, talk to the Israelis, talk to the Palestinians as well. Do you have any concerns at all that this deal could still, God forbid, fall apart?
I don't know. I certainly applaud the president. This has been one of the issues that I've campaigned on and talked about constantly. I'm very much against America's involvement in foreign wars. And
there it is.
The president has worked very hard on this.
There it is. She's an isolationist populist. Okay.
However, we have to see Israel.
So that's why. So she's not actually changing any opinions or whatsoever. She just really believes in America first. And not helping Americans with health care goes against America first. So, okay.
Israel and Hamas, both sides truly cement this agreement. But I certainly hope for all involved that this definitely is a peace deal that will remain.
We all hope that, yeah.
And on July 28th, you talked about that. You said, quote, it's the most truthful and easiest thing to say that October 7th in Israel was horrific and that all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis, and starvation happening in Gaza. On that,
I wouldn't use the word genocide, but everything that Israel has been doing there now is definitely bad. Israel needs to chill the fuck out. And you can always look to the West Bank if you ever want any evidence of Israel not being, acting in good faith. Everything that's tied to the West Bank is just fucking evil by definition.
that note, when it comes to the genocide, I mean, do you believe that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal?
I don't know if I can accuse him of being a war criminal. However, well, let's just say both issues are bad. That's why I said that. What happened on October 7th is absolutely horrific. And of course, our hearts go out to those families and those hostages that remain. But at the same time, the relentless bombing of the Palestinian people, and many of them have been just innocent people. They're not Hamas. They're literally women and children, and you can't unsee the amount of pictures and videos of children that have been blown to pieces and are they're finding them dead in the rubble. That isn't, those aren't actors. That isn't fake war propaganda. It's very real, and I think that is equally horrific.
I mean, it isn't fake, true, but it is war propaganda. That's what they do. Like, every side releases information that makes the other side look worse. It is still propaganda, but it is, still very, very bad.
Just really, I want to see an end to it, and I think most Americans do.
And I mean, with President Trump's involvement, it looks like, this first phase, a ceasefire, it's happening. We're monitoring all of that closely. Of course, it's very tenuous. I want to ask you about something else that Ted Cruz responded to. So you recently suggested on X that a, quote, foreign government or powerful people may try to kill you. Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas shared that post of yours on X, writing, quote, why do crazy people keep thinking the Jews are trying to kill them? What do you say to Cruz, and what did you mean by that?
Well, first, that was an extremely ridiculous thing for Ted Cruz to say. I never said Jewish people. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't hate any people group for their identity or who they are. So that was unbelievably low for a sitting U.S. senator to say that. But what I'm talking about is very real. I have a tremendous amount of death threats. It's documented. I have some of the highest amount of death threats as a sitting member in the House of Representatives. And when you speak about certain issues, we can watch the calls and the emails and the messages. They increase and the threats increase.
True.
And so when I say I am seriously concerned for my life, and I say if something ever happens to me, I really mean it. It's okay for me to say that. This is the time that we're living in where we're seeing political violence.
Yeah, because your side keeps contributing to political violence. It's wild.
And I'm totally against it completely in every which way. But when I say something like that, and to have another Republican of my own party insult me and insinuate I'm saying something I never said is absolutely unacceptable.
Right. And I know a lot of members of Congress.
But also, more importantly, the way they're phrasing this is to say that, like, this is disingenuous reporting. Ted Cruz was probably looking at the body of her statements and the things that she said for over the amount of time that she's been in Congress, or for the years that she's been talking against the genocide, or what she calls genocide. He's probably taking into a lot more consideration other than the individual statement that she made. So she can always run defense. Well, that's not what I said. Yeah, but let's take a look at your body of tweets, and we could easily probably determine that you probably have some anti-Semitic views, especially the things that you repost.
Are getting threats, which is, we can't tolerate that. But when you say the foreign government or powerful people, who specifically were you alluding to there?
I'm saying anyone, any foreign government.
Really? So you don't believe that the Jewish state controls people in, you know what? I'm really scared to click Twitter. I could probably just go to her Twitter, but God knows what's on there, dude. Not while I'm streaming.
Any people of power. I'm talking about the Epstein list. This has been the most, I don't understand why. I genuinely do not understand why there's been any effort to hide this and
True.
From coming out, but because of the efforts for years now to hide it and prevent it from coming out, it certainly makes you feel afraid when you're one of the ones truly on the front lines pushing it to come out. I also serve on the Oversight Committee, and we're leading that investigation there, so I'm involved on both fronts. The Oversight Committee investigation, as well as my signatures on the discharge petition.
And you don't think Oversight's doing enough then on that?
Actually, to tell you the truth, the Oversight investigation has the power to go much further than Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna's resolution.
But they're not doing that. Why do you think that is, in your view?
Actually, well, number one, there's a government shutdown and the House is not in session, so nothing is happening. But actually, the Oversight Committee has subpoenaed a lot more information than Thomas Massey's resolution specifically calls for. But here's my stance. I'll work on this involves women who were raped. Women at 14 years old who were raped. And they say there's more people involved. I don't know how anyone in their good conscience can be against letting that information come out. So I want to help on any front that I can.
You're a courageous politician, but more important, a loving mother. Thanks very much for coming in. We hope you'll come back here.
Well, hold on. We shouldn't like wash away her sins just because she's doing something good now. Like, cool that she's coming out now, but like, cool that she's standing on, morals now. It's just after, she can probably see the writing on the wall and understands that sooner or later these things are going to come out and Donald Trump can't stop it. She wants to be on the winning side of history. It's just that simple. But still, it's good that she's making the turn in this one instance, or these two. Oh, man. All right. So my girlfriend sent me Qatar is using a military base. Oh, no.
So I'll just say we are honored and excited to be signing an additional agreement here with Qatar. And it's been an interesting couple of weeks, I will say. Yeah, we'll just do remarks. Yes. We're glad to welcome you here. We're grateful for the strong partnership that we have, the way you support our troops at LUD.
Why does this feel like it's all fake, dude? It's like he's like leading this guy through this act. Like, did you see the way he was looking? Maybe I'm going crazy here.
Signing an additional agreement here with Qatar, and it's been an interesting couple of weeks, I will say. Yeah, just do remarks.
Yeah, like that was like so weird.
We're glad to welcome you here. We're grateful for the strong partnership that we have, the way you support our troops at LUD, Your Excellency, the line of communication we've had together, which has been robust ever since the beginning of this administration, and then especially
ever since the beginning of this administration,
since the events that have transpired over the last month. We want to thank you. I also want to thank you for the release of the Americans detained in Afghanistan. The American Amir Amiri on September 28th. Qatar mediated that, just like you.
Like he had, like Jesus Christ, dude. This feels so performative, dude.
Have been a core part of what has unfolded in Gaza. A historic moment. No one other than President Trump could have achieved the peace that what we believe will be a lasting peace in Gaza, and Qatar played a substantial role from the beginning.
They also funded Hamas, and that makes sense.
Working with our folks to ensure that came about. So I want to thank you for that historic piece. We look forward to joining the president as that gets, it's already been delivered, but as that's formally signed as well. And I'm also proud that today we're announcing, we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location.
We're gonna let Qatari officials in Idaho? Wait. Wait, no way. What? Why would we do that? Why does Qatar... So are they building the facility for us? Why are they doing that?
Build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. The location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency.
Why the fuck would we train them? They funded almost every major terrorist organization in the last 20 years. What the fuck is happening?
See that you can count on us. We saw in Midnight Hammer, in those moments, when we needed support in the region, that Qatar was there without a doubt, without a blink. And that has meant a great deal. I've had the opportunity to see that firsthand operationally. I want to thank you. I want to thank your country for that, for hosting our troops. And it's wonderful to welcome you to the Pentagon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What?
If I may say some words. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your warm welcomes and kind
So this isn't the thing they're signing? This is his speech?
remarks. It is an honor to be at the Pentagon and to meet with you as we reaffirm the strong, enduring partnership between the state of Qatar and the United States. Our nations share a deep defense relationship grounded in a mutual respect and a common vision for peace and stability in the Middle East.
Wow.
Qatar hosting of the U.S. forces at Al Udeid Air Base stand as a cornerstone of these alliances and a testament to our collective commitment to regional and global security. Mr. Secretary, we welcome President Trump's executive order reaffirming American commitment to Qatar's security and sovereignties.
What the fuck, dude? Are we gonna give them like security guarantees that will protect them? No, this is fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck?
It reflects the strength of our alliances and our shared belief that peace is the best preserved through strength and partnership. We also value the close cooperation between Doha and Washington that led to the signing of the Gaza Peace Plan on October 8th. This historic achievement underscores what can be accomplished when our nations work together with courage and trust, amongst other partners such as Egypt and Turkey.
So this is how you can get troops trained in America? You just give someone like a $400 million plane for their own personal use after they get out of office. That's so awesome. God damn, bro. You know, money can buy you a lot of things. Apparently it can buy you getting your troops trained in America on American soil, while you also single-handedly fund, well, not single-handedly, but fund a majority of the fucking, oh my God.
We further welcome today's signing of the letter of acceptance establishing a Qatari Emir Air Force facility and Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho. This step strengthens interoperabilities, enhance joint readiness, and advance our shared defense goals. Mr. Secretary,
they're doing what America does. America puts up military bases around the world. Why are we letting Qatar start in America? What the absolute fuck?
Together, we will continue to deepen this strategic partnership in pursuit of lasting peace and shared security. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. We wish you that.
Like, they're not going to be able to steal any of our information or any of our technology and relay that to their country. Like, okay.
I know.
Sign and trade. How about that? Yeah. Exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What the fuck, dude?
Conditions on the ground require invoking the Insurrection Act across the American city.
Thank you.
ساعة الشيخ هل سترسل قطر قوات إلى غزة في إطار خطة الرئيس دونالد ترامب؟
Thank you, Press. Press, thank you.
Oh my God. This is fucking insane. Article 25, this is treasonous. How are we not losing this over this based on the bribe? We're having the first military base from another country built into the borders of the U.S. And now we know how we gave him the plane. What about America Force? No foreign government should have any type of military on American soil. Dude! The fucking the Patriots are getting fired up on this one. Is this even America anymore? They are firing the U.S. military and bringing in a foreign one. This can't be good. Holy fuck. So this country is openly hosting terrorists and buildings a military base on our soil. Why? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's crazy. What the absolute fuck? All right, guys. It's a little early today, but I got to do a reaction to something, so I'm going to do that off camera because the person doesn't want their stuff seen. But also, I got to start uploading a few videos. I kind of fell behind, so I'm going to head off a little early. So just so you guys know, you guys are the only ones that know this. I haven't told this to anyone. I haven't made a thread about this or anything. So on Monday, I was supposed to create the post for everyone to pick the next Ren song or the next Big Push song, and I didn't. So now I'm going to have to do both of them. So I'm going to have to do Xbox Marijuana, and then I'm going to have to do all three of the little video ones that people suggested for not Dignity, it's the other one, Icarus. So I'm going to do both of those, all four of those videos on Saturday. So I got you. I'll do one early in the morning, and then I'll do one that afternoon when everyone starts getting off and going to bed. But anyway, have yourself a good weekend. I got to start editing some videos, sending some emails, and responding to some stuff. I love you guys. You guys already know that. Be safe. What the fuck is going on, dude? Bruh. Anyway, I'm going to go get lunch, use the bathroom again. Jesus Christ. And anyway, you guys have yourself a wonderful weekend. Here in Canada, apparently we're celebrating Thanksgiving on Sunday, which is fucking wild. I will stream a little bit Monday, and you guys will actually have Kia here helping me, which means that we're going to actually dive into like deeper topics because she could fact check me in real time. I'm going to have my own Jamie, bro, except this one is my boss instead of, Joe Rogan being Jamie's boss. It's going to be awesome. But anyway, all of you guys have a wonderful weekend. Stay beautiful, stay classy, and I fucking love you guys, bro. You guys be safe.